Alright, so lilies. I want the yellow of the lilies to really come forward. So I don't want to have too much activity or too much. I want to watch my values. So back here I want to keep it darker so that the yellow of the lilies here really comes forward. And I don't like the line of lilies that we have in the photo. So I'm going to break those up. Move some forward, some back, some. Break up that line of them by moving some of those around. And I do like some of this back here, but I might pull some of those orange so that they're not isolated. So we're not going like a tennis match from here to here. I'll probably pull some over and intermix them. Like this little orange one that in the photo I like a lot. And I like how small that is, giving some depth to it all. And since there's so much green in all the foliage, I'm going to start with a warmer undertone with some transparent oxide red. So I'm going to use just a little tiny bit of walnut oil, not a lot at all. Get some transparent oxide red, which is the equivalent of burnt sienna, and I'm going to rub that all over my panel. And this is an ABS plastic panel, and I really just need to get it around, and then I can use my paper towel to cover up my panel. And I think covering up the white on there, I've got some stuff on here. Don't want little bits of anything getting into my paint as I work. So I'll get, that was from a painting that I did earlier. I scraped some things off and still have some of that left in there. Sorry about that. Okay. Put it all over in here. And with this ABS plastic surface, you can see the little, where I sanded it down, and I used a 60 grit sandpaper so that it would be rougher because I wanted some more tooth to it. And you can see it really sinks in there. So which isn't a bad thing because that just means that it's also sticking well. I like that little bit extra tooth just so I know that oil paint is going to stick nicely. Oil paint will adhere to acrylic, but it's a mechanical bonding, so it's nice to have, it's better to have too much tooth than not enough tooth for it to cling to. And the reason I'm scrubbing it in like that is because I want to have a variety of light and dark of that color, not just one solid color on there. I like the texture of the panel. And sorry about the extra noise from this. It kind of bangs around a little bit because I put it into one of my panel pack carriers right here because this is that ABS plastic, and when it has a little bit of give to it, it's not totally rigid. So when I just attach it to my easel right and pull down with the easel to hold it in place well, it does want to do that because I have nothing back behind, and I don't want to have a big shadow. I could put it all the way back here, but I don't want this big shadow right now. So eventually I'll figure out a better system for filming these. It works all right if I'm just painting on my own, but when I try to film it, this kind of there's too much space. This is too wide here. So eventually I'll cut this back. I'll figure out a different system a little bit to hold my panels in place so it doesn't get in the way. But for temporarily, this is holding it in there just fine. Hit it with the brush. And that's kind of nice to know that I can come in and make some little marks like that. Take it down to the white. That could be handy for putting in little highlights and things in there, little bits of grass or something else, and then I can come back in and just wipe back into it. This ABS plastic is really forgiving, has a lot of great possibilities. And in fact, let me see what happens when I try one of my things here. Not enough paint on there really to do anything much with it. That, the side of it there offers a little bit more. Just just playing around, trying out different textures and things to see what the possibilities are with it. Before I have anything really in here, just experimenting. I haven't experimented a lot with the ABS plastic yet, so. And what about the full-fledged edge of a credit card? That's taking a corner like that, moving it around. So there's some different possibilities that way. And then if I take my paper towel again and wipe back into there, I can leave as much or as little as I want. All right, that's kind of fun to see what happens with that. And now I want to try out if I take my paper towel and get a little bit of walnut oil. It's almost there, but I basically would have to scrape a little bit more. It doesn't just come off easy. So that's a good thing to know there too. I can come back to the other that I was using before and get it back in there. And that probably wouldn't be a big deal, but I don't know where I'm placing things yet, so. Okay, so I kind of got some little things figured out with my panel as far as what is possible. Because when I come back in, and let's say with the lilies, the bright yellow lilies, if I want to come back in and get to the white of the panel, how easy or difficult is that going to be? So let's say right in here, I have a big yellow lily. That's not bad at all. To rub back into it and draw in a lily if I want to. Sometimes flowers are a lot nicer if I can get back to that white of the panel so I can get a little bit more translucence to it. And it looks like I can do that with the plastic panel as well. That's good. Being able to get back to that and knowing that it's not staining completely is really helpful. So I want to start getting some of the dark shadow areas in right away. Establishing the shadow pattern in here. Got a lot of shadow down this direction. And some of that I can put in after I've got all the little pieces of leaf structure and all of that in there, but much of this I like to have down in here to begin with, so that I can put all of the leaves on top of it. And then I can just put little shadows here and there after that. And I want my darks to be a little more on the red side than on the blue side, because I'm going to have so much green leafy material down throughout it. So that reddish color will give a nice contrast, color contrast to all of that green in there. And then I really need to squint at my image to see where the major shadow areas are. This area has quite a bit of it. And if you see me just kind of lightly go back down over a brush stroke is so that when the light comes down, if it has a glare on it, that will affect the shadow. It'll make it look lighter than it actually is because it's catching the texture of the brush stroke. Let's see. So I'll probably have a flower maybe down in this area. So I'll carry some of that shadow off this way. And you'll notice I'm just using straight paint. No walnut oil or anything else with it. Just a touch of the... And I'm using, essentially, in all of these dark spots, the ultramarine blue, alizarin crimson, and some transparent oxide red. Often when I'm painting shadow shapes, any shapes at all like that, I'm trying to create shapes that are interesting, that are dynamic, that move the viewer, that contribute somehow to the design of the painting. But in this case, I'm more concerned about just getting the areas where I'm going to have dark spaces, those areas within the plants that are behind the plants, like those areas down in where pieces of the stems or the leaves or the flowers themselves are going to come over the top of those darks, and I'll have those darks as the backdrop for it. So that's what I'm worried about now, and I'm not thinking of these shapes the way I often do. I'm not worried about the design of it. I just want to get those shapes in so that they work with the plants that are going to go on top of them. So that's why this is a little different approach than what I often might do. So sometimes I just let it lightly drag across the panel like that, and it lets a lot of that color from underneath come through. And other times I use the full weight pushing the brush so it leaves a much thicker, more opaque mark, so it's a bit darker. And this would have been a good one to try out. I have some black ABS plastic panels that I got. This would have been a fun one to try that out on. So it could almost come on top with just opaque paint, but I'm not sure that the black would work well with the flowers. That's where I'm going to have to really experiment, because I do like when I have the white of the panel that comes through, but it might just work to use the opacity of the paint itself. So I will have to experiment with that to see. Now as it goes back into the distance, and I have more of like the orange, the smaller orange lilies back in this direction, I won't want the darks to be nearly as dark as what I have right up here close to us. So that as those go, the darks feel like they're actually going away from us, that they're off in the farther away, so they won't be nearly as dark. So taking just a little bit of phthalo green and some cad yellow medium, and then mixing that into my darks so it is on the darker side. You can start to get some of these greens in here, especially shadow type greens. Getting some of that cooler color comparative to the darks that I have in there. You'll probably notice throughout this process that I'm changing up from warmer to cooler greens. By that I mean either more on the blue side or more on the red or yellow side. So if I want it warmer, I'll add some either like transparent oxide red or some other type of red or yellow into it. If I want it on the cooler side, I might add some manganese blue or some more ultramarine blue, something like that. And also adding white to it, that also cools it down. So I'm going back and forth a lot. Right now, I'm trying to stick more with the darker values and not add white to it. I want to save the white for as long as possible. But right now, I'm just trying to get in a lot of those dark, warmer and cooler greens all throughout it. So now I'll start placing in leaves in layers, just building with the darker ones first so that they push back underneath, and then I can come on top of those with other leaves that will be brighter, and that will help to build some of those layers a bit. And really just using the edge, the tip of the brush. And that big thing of grasses up there, I'm not a real fan of that. Not very interesting, and there's a lot of it. So I might put in a little bit of utilizing some of that, but mostly I'm going to change that, some of the other plants that are around in there, and just kind of create some different plants, maybe. You'll also probably hear me use that word experiment quite a bit. That's something I encourage all of you to do. Just experiment. A lot of what happens in painting is just subjective. We're playing, we're seeing what is possible. And often at the beginning of a painting especially, I'm experimenting. I might go in and just play with some different colors to create a harmony, to see where I want to go with the color scheme, with the key, whether I want it bright or if I want it darker overall, things like that. I just experiment to see what's possible and what different things are going to work well together. I was experimenting with something to pop out a little bit back there, but that's a little too bright for that area. Try some of that over in another. And you've heard me talk about a lot of this in previous videos. I mean, right now, I'm just playing around. Sometimes what I do here is just a seeming waste of time because I end up not using much from it. But it's giving me ideas, it's giving me insights. And that's really what it's about. There's no right or wrong here. I'm determining where I'm going to go with the design, because I said I'm going to change a lot of what's happening in this composition with that group of lilies all over there on the right, from the middle to the right side. It's all so strong over there, and I want to break that up some. I need to give it more openness and that sort of thing. So there's a lot that I need to experiment with here and just play with. That's where my mind's at right now. I'm just playing. I'm experimenting with ideas. And so some of it doesn't make sense to the observer, the person that's looking from the outside, but there is a method to my madness, I guess. I think my yellows have been out a little bit too long, a couple of days, and they're already setting up too much. That's better. Much more fluid. Now let's see if it'll work. Go right over the top of the dark, or if I have to come in with my paper towel and wipe some of that out. Nope. Once I put a stroke down, I have to come back with fresh paint. and start over. Otherwise I just pull up that paint underneath, and that won't work either because it'll just blend it all together. Nope, didn't have enough paint on my brush. So I like having the dark under rather than wiping out where I want it to go, but it is, you can see I do have to work with it to keep it from letting that dark pull up through it. And I am just using the paint straight from the tube. No, it's just pulling, you can see that dark right there that it pulled up off of there. So that is not working very well. Add a little bit of quinacridone red. And get that paintbrush out of, or brush bristle out of there. Whoa, that just pulled that right off of there. So I don't know if that's the ABS panel and some of the characteristics of it, where the paint is kind of pulling up. I'll just have to play with it and see if I can get it to work. I'm thinking overall that it is not the panel, it's not the other layers of paint, it's that the paint that I'm using right now is kind of the leftover. It's too dry, it's not fluid enough. And so I'm not getting a nice fluid brush stroke. I'm having to work the paint too much to get it to stick down on there. And that's because the paint's been on my palette for a little while. I really should just replace it and start with brand new paint and make sure I have plenty of thick paint to work with when I'm doing it. And that's the way to get that to flow over the top of those other layers. Just a touch of sap green mixed into that. So it's not, just to tone it down some for the shadow areas. And I put that in prematurely. I was just experimenting a little bit. But really I've got these back here. First of all, I've got this base of this one that I want in there as well. That'll come up higher. That's all right for now. Let's see. Might as well put a little bit more in there. I don't know what that was. Do you notice that when I put the darker body of the flower, the underneath part of the flower on there, it went on so much more nicely. I didn't have to fiddle with it. I wasn't sculpting it or anything. That's because overall, first the paint, the darker paint underneath was a little bit thinner. It wasn't quite so much of it. But also the darker value, even if some of that darker paint that first layer came into that darker value, I wasn't too worried about it because it didn't affect it the way it does in the really bright areas. So in those areas where the paint, where I want it to be the brightest of the bright paint on my painting, that's where I need to really be careful with keeping it very clean so that none of that dark affects it. I don't want, because that will change the value very quickly. Whereas with the darker area of the flower, having some, because it's in the shadows, having some of that dark mix into it a little bit doesn't affect it so much. It's not as big a deal. Just getting little tiny bits of color. I don't want to have dramatic changes, just little changes here and there. Okay, that's in the shadow areas. I'm not worried nearly as much about keeping clean as I am the bright areas. So right now I'm just putting down the base color, then I can come in with little tiny changes, color fluctuations and nuances. But at the moment I just need the basic middle value tone that's in there. So I added some sap green into a little bit lighter area to give me a different color and value down here. And we've got this big lily down here that's bigger really than anything up here. And so I like having some lilies down here, but not so big as what I've got up there. I want this area to be the area of greatest emphasis, so I'll have to shrink this one down here. And I don't think I'll want it nearly as bright either. That's too green, but I like that color, so I think I'll use it somewhere else. So that was one of those strokes where I first put it sideways, the strokes, 3 sideways strokes like that, to see what kind of texture that would bring. But then I didn't like that. So just going right down over the top of it lightly pulled off the heavy texture and left me with just that lighter. You can see even with that, some of the layers underneath coming through that. I've pulled off so much of that paint. So a lot of that is just experimenting with the brush strokes, seeing how it looks in the moment, and then adjusting or modifying according to how we feel about it. So I didn't actually intend that in the beginning. It just kind of organically evolved that way. And if I want them lighter than that, I'll lighten them up afterwards. That's the problem with photographs. I can't really see everything in there is all equally lit. So I really don't want to try to make up too much of this as far as the color and all of that goes. Let's see what I can do here. In saying that I don't want to make up the colors and values and things like that, is because I'm not familiar enough with lilies to know all of the mechanics of a lily, as well as I know some other flowers. So even though I've painted lilies quite a bit, there are different types of lilies, the way that they react with light and all that, I just don't have enough experience. So I was hoping to get more information from the photo, but that didn't happen. This photo, most of the colors and the values are pretty similar across the photo. So obviously I have to make up quite a bit, but I'd love to have some live lilies right in front of me to look at. Unfortunately, there aren't any out yet. They're about to come out, but they're not out yet. And I grow a lot of lilies here, so you would think I would have more knowledge for that, but I don't. That means then that I'm just going to be making up the colors and the values that are best for this particular painting. I have to use my imagination to decide what's best for the painting, even if it might not necessarily be the characteristics of what each particular lily would do in a real life situation. So in the end, it's really what's most important, what's best for the painting. Well, okay, what matters is that people love the painting, that I love the painting, that the viewer comes and really gets engaged with the painting and has some kind of a fun experience with it. Reality, whether this would actually happen in real life or not, that is very secondary compared to the success of the painting overall. And so I'm just going to use my imagination to tweak colors and values and all of that as I move along. This is way too thick and unwieldy, so I need to take that out. I think I put this guy in the wrong spot because I really like the way that petal over there curls and moves us back down in here, but I don't necessarily want it to come over the top of that. Maybe I'll do that anyway. I'll place it over here. So you see that stroke, the texture of the brush bristles created an area for the light to hit on, and that destroyed really the value of that stroke. So I had to come back over that stroke, pulling down on it so that I got rid of that texture, the brush bristle texture, so it wasn't catching the light and creating that glare, because otherwise you can't tell what the value is right there. So that's what I do periodically when I notice, oh, I can't see the value there, then I have to disrupt that stroke. So you can see with that lily petal right there, it's the same concept, the same idea that I would use with any object. I'm working with shadow and light. It is light and shadow that give form, that give dimension, that give mass to any object, to anything out there in the world that we call realism. So I'm not worried about detail. I'm not worried about photographic detail or anything like that. But I do love what shadow and light can do, how they can create that sense of that illusion of reality, of something having shape and form and mass. It's just so, to me, it's so fascinating to see how that works. So I started with the shadow area on that lily petal, and then I went around the edge of it and just gently added in some highlight onto that. It doesn't have to be really bright highlight or anything like that, but it's the contrast of the two. So in order to make it work successfully, the shadow has to be a dark enough value for the highlight to stand out. So we can't be afraid of shadows. We can't be afraid of dark, of getting a dark value into our paintings. That's especially difficult for a lot of us when we're starting out, when we're working with flowers, because we think of flowers as being bright and cheery and all that sort of thing. But in reality, flowers they can get very dark. If something blocks off the light, it'll just become black. It'll be totally dark. There won't be any light in there. So shadows can get very dark in flowers. And if we're afraid of that, our flowers are going to suffer for it. So don't be afraid of shadows, really, sometimes deep, dark shadows in flowers, and those highlights coming on top of those shadows to really give it form and shape. It really brings it to life, gives it that feeling of being alive and being real. So I'm working with some pretty thick paint on some of those petals. I'm doing that because I intend for those petals to be the final iteration. That is it. I don't intend to do anything further in the future to it. If I need to, I can still come on top of that with a glaze or something like that. But that thick paint, I want that petal to really stand out. So that's why I'm using that. Otherwise, I would recommend not using that thick of paint on a regular basis when in the early stages of the painting, because it is much more difficult to work with. I'm hoping as I go along that it's going to go quickly enough that everything's going to be alla prima, and I'll be working wet into wet, and so that the thickness of that petal won't cause me any problems in the future. But it can, if it takes me, I end up taking a few days to do the painting, and that paint dries, and then I want to work into it, that could cause some problems. So you got to watch working with the thick paint early on, but that's because I had intended for that to be the final version of that lily petal. I just wasn't thrilled with that petal, so I'm playing with it. There's a lot of paint on there, so I'm using a palette knife to see what I can do with it, just to kind of carve into it. And sometimes painting is, David Lefel refers to it as sculptural painting, when we can manipulate the paint like that and use whatever tool works. So just playing and experimenting to see what I can do and get it to where I really like it. And then I wipe off my palette knife, get a clean edge, and then I wipe off the top edge so I have just the back. See if we can get that in there. And that's too bright, but I wanted to see what that would look like there. So that's pretty close. So why even use a palette knife instead of the brush? The palette knife can give a very clean edge. So I love brush texture, but in this moment where I'm trying to get the shadows behind the petal and all of that, I just wanted a really sharp, clean edge right there. And so I wanted to see what it would look like if I used a palette knife. So I encourage all of us to use whatever tools we think will work. Just follow our instincts and experiment. Play around with the different tools and materials and opportunities that we have. Really, it comes down to using our imagination, using our problem-solving skills, and if it's not working, well, then we figure out how to make it work. So in this case, the palette knife worked for me. Now I might end up going in and manipulating those edges again, but at the moment, I like what it did. So I didn't get rid of all the texture in there, just parts of it. And this whole process of painting for me is progressive. It's not like I have every brushstroke all worked out. It's one part informs another and informs another. It's that scriptural principle, line upon line. And in this case, it's stroke upon stroke. As I go along, one stroke will make me think of another area in the painting, and then I work on that, and then something I do there makes me think of another area in the painting, so I go work on that, and it's somehow tying all of those different areas together. So there's no formula here. There's nothing, no book I can open up and say, okay, what do I do in this instance? Really, every painting is just a new problem to solve, and we just do the best we can with it. Sometimes the things we try work, sometimes they don't. There's so much thick paint up there that it's disrupting that line, that edge, and it's not letting it move back in and over. It's not rounding, so I have to break up that edge. It's just, I think it's a little too dark under there. I'm going to have to come in with some more light. Nope. I need to get some light on my brush so I can break up that edge. Can't just come in with it, or it takes too much, pulls up too much of the dark there. But I do want to soften that edge. Too much light out here, it's confusing the edge over here where it should be going into shadow. So that needs dark down in there. So generally speaking, I don't spend that much time, this much time, on any particular flower when I'm painting flowers. They tend to be a little more fluid and spontaneous and quicker than what I'm doing right now. But this particular lily, the one there in the center, there are going to be a couple of lilies in here, or a few of them, that are going to be much more important than other lilies throughout the painting. And on those, I want to make sure that I get them correct exactly the way I want them to be. So I'm taking more time with them. There will be a lot of other parts within the painting where it'll be faster, much more fluid, more quickly rendered, quickly painted, not because I want to paint the painting fast or because there's some kind of a time limit on it. It's just that if I'm too careful with too many areas within the painting, at least for me personally, this isn't the way it is for some artists. Some artists are careful all the way through their paintings. But for me personally, if I'm too careful all the way through, then I tend to tighten up and it gets stiff. It seems to lose some life and becomes boring. It looks boring. It's not that it's boring to paint that way. I enjoy the whole process, but it just starts to look lifeless, and I don't want that. So in this case, I'm working with it, but you notice I'm also working with thicker paint. I'm carving into it. I'm having a lot of fun with what I'm doing with it, but there's a balance between being too careful and also being careful enough that I get it just the way I want it. And I'm trying to work on that balance right here. I'm going to change the direction of that one. So I don't have 1, 2, 3. I'm going to move this one coming in this way. And I'm going to start getting less fussy with them. Just move these things along here. Maybe one back in here. Let's see, like that. And up here. That attaches right here. I didn't do that right. I was improvising. Getting some little spots of color here and there where I want them to go, although boom, 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 a little line there. So I've got to disrupt that. So right now, you notice I'm picking out parts from the reference image to use in the painting. I don't intend to use all of the elements in the painting. I plan on changing some of those to suit the image I have in my mind, what I want to accomplish. But I'm looking through the reference image fairly quickly. I mean, this image is 12 feet away from me. It's over on a monitor, and it's quite a ways away from my easel. But I'll utilize whatever is useful in there. So I can't see a lot of small detail. I'm just kind of getting, because it's so far away, I'm just getting kind of an idea of what's there. And I see a lot of the color, things like that. So that's really what's standing out to me is our shapes of color, some values, by values I mean some contrasts that are in there, that sort of thing. And I'm just picking and choosing very quickly some of the things that really stand out to me that I like, things that are appealing to me from that photograph. And then I'm making up some of the other things that are going in there. So I don't want to be a slave to the photo. I'm not just going to take all the details here and there that stand out and do everything in that photograph. That's not the way I work. Not that I couldn't do that. I guess it's always possible to do that. But to me, the composition in this photo is terrible. We've talked about that early on. So I'm just looking around and I see something that stands out, like a bright white flower, like a thistle flower or another lily back in the distance, and I use that to do something, to add some kind of little spark to the painting. And I'll start to put some of those sparks around in different places so that I can kind of figure out the design, where I want to go with everything. And so that's what I'm working on right now. Just picking out little parts and seeing how I want to develop those up, how much I want to put in, what I want to leave out, all the little ideas like that go into designing the painting. So you notice I can come and start carving back in and shaping this lily without having to shape the lily itself, the petals. And that is how I reshape a flower without repainting the flower itself. I just start to carve around it with paint. And I'm shaping it to be the shape of the flower that I want it to be. So I can use the background behind it to do that, or I can actually just paint the flower itself. In this case, I already have a lot of paint there, and I just thought that the flower was too big, too cumbersome, so I want to make it smaller, and I start to carve around it. So you can draw and paint from a lot of different directions. There's not just one way of doing something like that, and that's working out really well. I love to carve around things and manipulate the edges and change the structure by using the background instead of the painting right on top of the object itself. So I just grabbed one of those extra long filberts, the Egbert actually, 2085. So I can put in this one right here. Now obviously that's going to take a little bit of work to get it so that it's the right shape, but that gets me established at least. it's too dark. I thought it would be. And I'm not too much of a fan of the shape of it yet. And this is one of those instances where I'm just overthinking it. I think if I just, straight from the beginning of this petal, if I'd used a wider brush, probably more like a Master Series, the 279, a flat, or something like that, I could have gotten a much better shape from that than using this Egbert or a filbert. And I was thinking with that brush of the texture I could get from it and the thick paint texture, that sort of thing, but this really wasn't the right brush for that. It added a lot more work and complexity to it than what needed to be there. But you know, it doesn't really matter in the end, as long as I can get the petal to work out. But I think part of what's happening here is I'm really intrigued with just carving into that thick paint, and I'm having so much fun with that I'm not paying a lot of attention to other possibilities, and so that's where my mind is at the moment. Get the dark off of that brush so I can go at it again with a brighter area. Although I may use a palette knife for this. We'll see how well it does with that one. And this is going to be one of the brightest spots in the painting. So I'm going to add just a little bit of white to the cad lemon, brighten that up even more. And then decide on where my drawing is going. And what's this white doing here? This was what was left over here. It's a little bit more set up than this. A little drier. Not a lot, but that's why I put it out here. I think I'm hitting that wrong. And then it comes down and over this way. We can get a lot done in a very short time by knowing how to use our tools. So you notice with that brush, it was a wider brush. It didn't matter because I use brushes that I can get a really fine edge on, a sharp edge. So then as I turn that brush, I get that really sharp edge coming around, and that's how I get those little fine, thin edges to the petals. So that's just knowing how to use our tools. And anyone can do that. We can all learn how to do that. Too big. So that's almost right in the middle of the painting, which is right about here. But that's kind of that's my center of interest right there. So that's what I want to have the most contrast. So putting in some dark near it, and that being the brightest area, that will help that to stand out more. I like some of this underpainting coming through, but it's very bright in some of those spots, so I need to disrupt that. I don't want the brightness of the undertone color to compete with any of this. For brightness like that little spot, too bright. Oop. And that is as well. Actually, that's not really the right color. Maybe something more like this would be better in there. Although I kind of like that. I like that standing out right there. And to kind of sculpt the texture of the paint to guide, so it kind of went with the direction of that petal. And then I like this cutting down into it. Oh, that little cut right there comes into the petal. That's not good. So this is where I need the sharper line, the higher contrast, all of that, so that that will become one of the focal points. And I think that even though in the photo it has that coming out, I don't want it quite so big. Now then I have this and this. Not sure about that. So I don't want it quite so green. I also don't want it that dark orange and brilliant. So a mix between the two I think might work for the inside of this lily. Yeah, that's the color I wanted. It has that little bit of feeling of luminosity in there, more light getting in there, and yet it's dark enough to place the little stamen and all that in there on top of it. Now I'll get a little bit of that. Nope, too dark over here. Made it just a little too obvious there. Now I can come in with those, and they look, I mean, the tendency would be to make those dark, but they're not really that dark. So I like that. That seems to be about right. So I have to make sure I don't get them too dark, or they'll stand out way too much. That seems to be about right. And they're just soft in there. They're not overly strong. And maybe get one a little bit stronger. Let's see. Ooh, way too much. They do need something a little bit more on them, don't they? The shadow side and the light side. Only just a touch. I didn't like the direction of all of them going the same way, so I'm trying to move one farther over, or in a different direction. Nope. Not quite getting that value right. And color. kind of give the whisper of something more there, but I kind of got rid of all of it, didn't I? Okay, so let's see, we're gonna start, I'm gonna think about where to place some more of the yellow lilies. Right now I'm gonna come back in here. I wanna start getting some more color in here that's cooler. There's a lot of warmth all through this painting right now, and so I want to get some stuff back in here. I need to get some of those orange lilies back there, and I don't want to put them right in line with these. Maybe up a little higher, some a little lower. I'm going to put in a couple of bits of color here and there, but not anything that really looks like anything yet. So picking up that other color. So I'll just go with it and then get some more clean, pure color on there. Put it on top here in a little bit. And actually I think I'll just do the, as if it's the inside of a lily right there. That should work. So you can see how helpful all of that dark background is when I'm putting in all these spots of color. If I just had that original background that was the lighter color back there, that first layer, it'd be way too bright and none of these flowers would stand out. So right now, with all the dark background layer in there, I can come in with a lot of these bright colors, these brilliant colors, and they stand out as being bright and brilliant. If it was just light back there, they wouldn't stand out at all, and I wouldn't have enough contrast to know if I was getting the right value or not. But because I have that dark background back there, the value is really standing out. The value contrast is standing out, and it makes it much easier to figure out what my values are, where I want to go with these different flowers and petals, and how much white I need to add. Right now I'm using a lot of color just straight from the tube, and it's working out really well. But if I didn't have that background to contrast against it, the color straight from the tube might not seem bright enough. So we have to make sure that we keep our values, that we're building up values in sequence, that the darks are working in tandem with the light values, so that they can be synergistic, so that they can help one another, so it can inform our understanding of what our values need to be, so we don't make something too light or too dark. So that's why I like to get in these different layers like that, the background layers with those darks. Right from the start I knew that having that background darker like that was going to be a big benefit when I start working with a bunch of bright, brilliant flowers like these lilies. I need some real paint to work with. I'm going to do the same thing with some greens. Any brush bristles in there, or little bits of drying paint. Okay, so this phthalo green is really powerful, this one right here, and then we've got the sap green there, and I can make some fun mixtures from all of that. I want to get some big piles of paint here, so I don't have to keep dipping in. I can just go running back and forth between the different ones here. And I like that when it's not overly mixed. There we go. That's better color right there. For some of the stems that are in here, coming down through in places. And then I can modify that with lighter and darker. But just getting some paint out here is going to be very helpful, so I'm not constantly reaching for little bits of paint. If I can get some thicker paint out here to work with, work will go a lot faster. Utilize some of this green on my palette knife. here. Yeah, it's getting some cooler greens and lavenders and other things in here is going to help a lot to give this more life. You notice with the palette knife, I might get a little bit here and there, and then I drag it in such a way that it creates this texture. I like all that texture in there. All right, so that was fun. Now I can start getting, I like a lot of the little white flowers and other things, the other plants that are in there, so I can build on top of some of this here. And that gives a lot more energy and movement in it than it had before. So if I look at an area like this, where I can refine it a little bit more, so I can come in with an actual, something that looks like it belongs with a lily. And lay that right on top and see how that starts to, just this area, bring some clarity and organization to it. And sometimes I'll leave the dark, when I come in with a shadow color like that, leave it more on the blue side, just so that I do have some cooler shadows to work in here, to work with the warm everywhere. So I just put that little bit there. It wasn't needed there. I just wanted to show the difference between the warmer and cooler. It's kind of hard to tell because they're still the same value, but there is a difference. Just like that, we can start adding in, pulling in things to separate the flowers from one another. And then I'm pulling colors from around back and forth into it so it doesn't feel like it's out of place there. So it puts it back behind some of this other stuff in here. That mix of the phthalo green and the sap green is really a beautiful color. Oops, I'm starting to get that. Looks like a dragonfly wings or something. So I have to change something up here so I don't get that all going kind of the same direction there from each other. You see how I go from pushing the brush down so that it widens it out, kind of like this, to pulling it up and using just the edges so it gets lines and just a variety of thick and thin in there. And you can also see where I'm not really paying that close of attention to where each blade of grass or leaf of the lilies is positioned in the reference photo. I'm looking more at the spaces I have in the painting right now and how I can break up those spaces, make them more interesting, and I'm just having fun with it. It's really, that's what it is. I'm having fun. I'm putting in all these little blades of grass or leaves or whatever it is and stems and things into it. But I'm trying to do it in a way that is also interesting, that it flows through the painting, it creates an interesting design, that it's something fun to look at. So it doesn't have to be precise. Oops. Not grabbing any red. I'm starting to bring in some of the stems and other things. So you notice how having in these leaves like this, those brighter ones in there, gives me something, a backdrop, something bright, so that a dark can come on top of that and really stand out. Then I can add some red to a dark like that and get a fun warm dark compared to the cool green over here. I have too much there, those 3 marks, so I'll eliminate some of that. So hopefully you're getting the idea that what this is all about, everything I'm doing here now, it's about color and shape. It's not about specific, I mean, it is to an extent. You can see that there are specific objects in mind, but much of this is just about getting color relationships between warm and cool. I think I like the idea of having some sky over here. Might try that out. Let's see. But I don't want it so bright that it takes away from this. So I need to figure out just what kind of color I want to have up in here. So I'll try some color in there, see if I like it after I step back. If I like the idea, the feeling of it, and if not, I will eliminate it. So start to it. Kind of pulls the eye up that direction. Probably have to pull a little bit over into some of these other places here. Just make those into some other plants. Let's see what happens if we keep it more on the blue side. Nope, I've got that line going across. Gotta disrupt that. So when I'm moving my brush around, I'm just trying to see where a good spot might be if I want to have something else in there. Another one. And then I have to step back and see if that's going to be distractive, what I have to do with it. And part of it will be just toning down. Right now they're very bright, and so coming in on top of that with other colors is going to help. I like the idea of a lavender in here to work with the yellows everywhere. My thought is, I mean, right now they look obnoxious, but because they're just so big in there, so bright and so big, they're really competing with the lilies. But my thought is to get a bunch of flowers all around, and I love the look of those thistle flowers, so I'm just experimenting. And if they don't work out, it's not going to be too hard to come in and replace them, either with the dark background color, or just take a palette knife and wipe them out of there, or I change them like I did with the lily. I start carving back into them until I make them smaller. Now there are a lot of different directions I can go, but I want to play with it and see, because I do like the idea of that purple and yellow color contrast, that harmony that it can create. But I don't know, right now it's not working at the moment, so I'm going to keep playing with it and see if I can get it to work. In the photograph, you notice it's just in the one area. Oh, we only have those flowers in that one area, but that's not going to work. I have to have it's going to be too balanced on one side, and that will throw off the design in the painting. It'll feel out of balance, out of harmony. So I have to take those same flowers and put them in other areas around those yellow lilies. But I don't know. I'll see. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. But we lose out on those opportunities we don't take advantage of, and so it's not taking that long to put them in. It won't take that long to take them out if I need to, and to change it. So it's worth the experiment just to see what happens. Ah, leave me alone. Don't they know a struggling artist is trying to work here? Go away, you varmints. Changed my mind. I didn't like the direction of that one. I pull more towards here, so it kind of, everything moves up into this area. See, one way to get those flowers to tone down a bit is to start bringing in some of the little leaves that are attached to them. There's the stems and the leaves and all of that, so I can start to pull some of that up into those flowers and reduce the size of them, reduce the brilliance of them, just diminish them a bit so that they aren't taking over. So those are some of the things that I'm playing with to see if I can get them to work or not. And it might be that I use some of them and I don't use all of them. So we'll see how that goes. But at first blush, it was, oh, wow, that was really bad. That just looks terrible. But I've learned to not just go with the first, wow, that was, that first dramatic impact. And I have to think, well, is there some merit to it? Can I do something with it that will make it work? So that's what I'm doing now. Just seeing if I can make them work. And if I'm going to like having those in there. Which, right now, they're starting to become part of the composition, part of that design. And so I'm actually thinking that some of them might actually work in there. We'll see how it goes. Time for some bigger. Notice I'm mixing into all these piles. I don't want a one color looking pile. I want it to be striated with different kinds of colors all through it. And as I turn my brush, and get different angles with it, different thicknesses, and then I can take these, kind of mix them together a bit and change up the color on some of this, like that. Isn't it amazing how I spent so much time on those first lilies and then I've almost filled in the foreground in the same amount of time. It's just some things move more quickly and other things take more time. But the foreground, it really is the spontaneous and free-flowing way that I'm approaching it that I think makes it fun. It makes it more engaging, more alive feeling. So it's all that activity and the mushed together colors. They create that, what I talked about, the striation of color. It makes it just feel more like a bunch of plants that are all mingling together and affecting one another. So that's what I'm going for. Sometimes I have to come in then and clean them up a little bit, but otherwise this is really a fun part of the painting process for me. Trying to create kind of a flow, a little bit the way that we see it in the image. I like that flowing, almost like as if they were in water in the ocean, and the currents just kind of moving it back and forth like sea plants. I think that's fun. You see I can take one like this, brighter, and pull it that bright and then let it just fade off, just a few bristles coming down into the darker part of it, so it goes from light into shadow. That's where a nice bristle brush can come in handy to get some of that thicker paint to lay on top of the other paint. But I have to lay it down in one stroke and then leave it. Can't keep going in and playing with it. Otherwise, I'll pull up the paint that's underneath. They'll start to blend together. It'll change the value. It'll change the color. So that's why I've got to lay it down in one stroke and then leave it. Then, of course, if that one stroke doesn't work, then I have to come in and play with it like I did with the thick paint, but I have to make sure that I'm using the same color, same value, that I don't have some color that I've picked up from underneath, the layers underneath, that's going to affect whatever it is that I'm working on. So it's not that I can't go in and change the stroke or manipulate it or modify it. It's just that in order to get it to look right, I have to do it quickly and in one fell swoop. Not so dark as that. Probably not as red as that. Let's see what I can. And actually, now that I look at it, maybe a spot of orange might be exactly what it needs. That's probably a bit much, but I like that. This is how I just kind of play with the colors here and there to bring in some sparks, like little bursts of fireworks. Now, one of the important things for me once I do something like that is to keep breaking up edges to make sure, or to watch for it to make sure that it's not too bright and brilliant, too saturated, that it stands out so much that it really draws attention to an area where I want more minimal attention. If it's not one of the stars of the show, then I don't want it to have so much attention that it feels like a star of the show. And if an edge is too sharp all the way up, then it will often feel unnatural. So I try to break up edges as I go also, so that they feel soft and natural and broken like they would out in nature. That may be too much activity in there now. Don't know if I want it that thick or not. I'm not. Generally speaking, if I'm not sure, that's when it's a good time to just leave it be. But I like that. I think thinning it out a little bit is good. To have this smaller so that this one still takes the main attention. Need my big brush again. A touch of green into it to tone it down some so it's not quite so brilliant. Get a petal down here, but not so it stands out too much and draws attention away from up there. Let's see, how do I want that to be shaped? And then I have to come in and get all the shadow and all that into it. That actually might be enough. Especially if I come in that direction, yeah, maybe I'll. That was definitely not the right color there. Let's see what we can do with it. Let's see if that makes for a good, that might be too light, but I want it to be grayed down so that all of this feels like it's in the shadows. Yeah, that's better. I needed to simplify this. It was getting out of sorts and I needed to pull it back in, and then I can come in with a little dark accent and start to shape that out so it's still, it feels like a lily, but in the background, in the shadows, I suppose I should say. So that was too blue of a lavender for it, but this might be a good tone. Good grayed down. That's pretty close, but it needs to be a bit darker than that. So, start playing with this. That works pretty well. So rather than just going with a dark orange or something in it, I really wanted, because it's down in the shadows, I wanted to cool that down with its complement a bit. And I can take some of that over here also. And you notice, to make that complement, to make that grayed down color, I just went into piles that I've already been using that were already on the lavender side, added a little bit more ultramarine blue, some quinacridone red, and that's how I created that grayed down yellow. Now if I get the color temperature off too much, like if I had come in with just that blue, this is already starting to feel a little bit muddy right there, and what that means is the color temperature isn't quite right in that spot, so it feels dirty. And that's what I have to watch for. It may be just a little too cool for that. I want to widen that out. Just a hair. Let's see. Too much? Maybe. Yeah, I don't like the shape of this. That's why I'm playing with it. It's not working for me. It's probably this up here that's curving away, and yet it's so thick up there. Doesn't quite feel right. See what happens if we change directions a bit. Now I'm getting that petal and that leaf that are right next to each other, and they're basically the same width, same kind of shape, same size. So they're like twins, a dark green and a bright yellow pair of twins. So that's not going to work either. And I think I'm getting this lily too big. It's gonna take too much attention away from the lily above it. So I don't know. I'll have to keep playing with it until I get these to... It's getting closer. I am liking it more than I was in the beginning, but it's still got a ways to go. I don't like the bright one in the reference image. I want this to feel like it's really in shadow and it's down in there, so it brings some interest down to that lower area, but I don't want it to draw attention away from the lilies up above where I really want the center of interest to be. So it'll just take some playing with it. I get some shadow down in there. Get this coming over it. I need shadow in there a bit, but I don't want it to feel unnatural for a yellow lily petal. That might do it. And then if I come in with some too light. Trying to get some dark on there to have it feel like this is in the shadows down here. Nope, too much, so I'll have to come back in with a different brush. And then change the angle of those bristles so they're not catching the light. And when I do something like those little bits of leaf and things like that that I put in, oftentimes I don't actually know where I'm going with it or what I'm doing. I just have a feeling about it. It's instinctual. So it feels like it needs something there, so I put something in there. I see if that works. If it doesn't work, I take it back out, or I change it, I modify it. So it's really, I'm looking at, even as I'm going along, putting work into individual flowers, like the individual lilies and things like that. I'm also paying attention to the spaces around everything, the spaces within the painting everywhere. And if a space feels out of harmony with the things around it, then I know I need to do something with that. So much of what we do in painting, it isn't about if you do this, then you do this, because that's the way it is in the art instruction books or something like that. There isn't an art instruction book for the type of painting that we do that can tell us step by step how to do it. We have to use our imagination, we use our instincts, we go with how, for the most part, we go with how we feel about it. Does it feel right? Does it feel like it works? If it doesn't, then we have to change it. And that's really what I'm doing here with these little spaces in between all of those lilies. Mostly green, just a touch of the red in it, right here. That's the color I want, more green. Now, when I talked about filling in spaces and, and that sort of thing, notice that I have to be careful not to get two shapes, just like that are parallel to one another, like railroad tracks or whatever. They're just repetitive. So even though the color's different and the size and shape is a little different from each of those, they both are going in the same direction. They're both prominent. So that's not a good way to fill in that space. That's one of the things I pay attention to very closely as well. And yet I still miss some. And Christy has to come in and say, you missed that. There's a line, there's a repetitive pattern, whatever. And then I have to fix that as well. I only need a few of these in places. And you notice I have one angled a little bit down and to the right, and one a little bit to the left. So they're not quite, not all angling in the same direction. So I had to go back in. I noticed I got too big of a lump. Had to go back in and thin that down so that I have just a nice crisp edge, really, on my brush. Because I wanted to come in and do something thinner right there. I'm not always aware of what I have on my brush when I do something like that, but in that instance, fortunately, I noticed. And that would not have worked with what I was trying to capture there. Now, it's not coming up very well. That's weird. It's acting as if it's drying out on me. So now I have to decide if I want to keep it thick right there and do as if there's another lily there, or cut into that a bit. Because right now it's too thick right here in this area. But I could almost turn that into a fourth lily sitting in here. Just have to decide if that's going to take away too much, get too busy in there, or if it might give just enough activity in there to give it more color. So starting out the way I did with all the vigorousness and the almost haphazard way of placing colors around and shapes, like with this, after I went back in and started cutting into it, I could have also started by drawing those in exactly the way I wanted them, but I wasn't quite. I wanted to kind of fill the composition, the design, rather than going right in, just like with this down here, moving things around, changing the shape a little bit here and there. So there's more than one way to start a painting. And for me, this is a little bit precarious because sometimes it gets away from me and I just lose everything. But often, this gives it more energy in it. There's more movement, there's more vitality. It's a fresher, more alive feeling to it. It's just a little scary when I've got things all over and I don't know exactly how it's going to turn out. So there are pros and cons to any way that we might start a painting. If I had started off with just drawing in the lilies exactly the way I wanted them, they might have ended up feeling stiff and unnatural, or like cardboard cutouts, that sort of thing. So it's a toss-up. Sometimes it works one way, sometimes it works another way. I don't have any one way to do it, and that's where we just have to follow our instincts a bit. This is too cool. I need a bit warmer of a dark in here. Why do I need it to be warmer? Because when it's too cool, it flattens that space. It doesn't feel like it pushes back into the shadows. It comes forward some, and it feels unnatural because it needs more. And when I say cooler, if it's a more on the blue side. In this instance, it deadens it. So you just have to pay attention to how it feels in that moment, whether it feels natural or not. That's just too dark. It's too dark and too cool, and that, not really liking the shape of that very much. And another thing, we need the stem here. That little spot that connects the lily to the stem. Way too much. That's a better color right there. That's too thick. So I need to thin that down. And that are going in the same direction, so I need to change up the shape of this. What do I want to do there? Now I have this one and this one kind of going in the same direction. So I think I need to change this, the direction of this one, so it curves down. And then I have to change up the other one. that's what I mean. It's just placing something in there, testing it out, seeing if it works. If it doesn't, remove it. Or modify it. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with this up here. I have to play with that. So, first thing I'm going to do is, I don't like these, so I'm going to scrape off the texture so it doesn't come through as flowers. Well, maybe. It's on there pretty well. Pretty strongly. Just the overall thickest parts, so that if I paint over it, they don't end up ghosting through there. And well, I know that it's adhering strongly to the plastic, because I've decided I don't like those up there. And this is very well dried out now. What is that? Are those? I think, although that might be just little dots of white that came out when I got down to lower areas that weren't quite so dry. I think I just want a couple of more spots of sky coming through, so it's not entirely situated in one area. And that might be too much. So I need to think about this dark area here as a shape, and I don't like the kind of shape that I made putting that in there. So maybe I'll rub one of those out. Or a couple. I think those are too big. So I may have to come back in with some more dark on those. Get a little walnut oil so I can really get that back down to the darker color. I'm going to keep the edges that I have there, but not quite so big of a painted area. Oh boy, did it again. Got a hold of that stuff up on top. Yeah, that might end up being a better shape right there. And maybe just a little touch here. As if it's maybe a group of trees back in there. So I need an irregular, so there's not like a pattern there. Okay, that'll work. Whoa, grabbed way more of that than I expected. Just adding a little bit of cool color into some of the areas around these flowers to make them feel even warmer. I want that mix of cool and, well, these are a little bit warmer than this, but still much cooler than any of this. And I'm going to be putting in a lot more of this warmth with the red lilies that'll be going in here. So just playing with warm and cool at the moment. And with some of these red lilies, I can just use straight from the tube colors. Oops. Gotta hold the light on there and then it disrupted my shadow. So, just some Cad Red Medium and Alizarin Crimson mix, and it makes a great shadow area in these flowers. I should make this guy a little bit bigger than that. All orange and yellow. With just some purple ones here and there, but that's just not the right color. I just need to make that look like a lily, and it doesn't. It bugs me right now. So, wonder if I should have just left them smaller. Bigger yellow, smaller like that one, because I do like that. I like the look of it. Just don't know what I can turn that into. Different type of flower there. That might work. Then they won't be overwhelming because if I get red ones that are the same size, they're going to compete with one another, so that's not going to work. So I don't want to do that. I think I'll pull this one back down to size. Yeah, that'll work. I'll do it that way. I like that idea. Then I'm going to take a little thing like this, right? Oops, not enough. Nope, a little bit more brightness to it. Oops, didn't mean to touch the orange. I like that orange in there. Just wanted to get a little bright spot to it. So I started with a blue highlight on there, as if it was just getting light from the sky, and then I said no, my light source is much warmer than that. So then I went with adding some yellow to it. So a lot of this is just experimentation, and I'll usually pick one of those small flowers, really develop it up, and then kind of get a pattern for how to think about and approach the other little flowers that are in there. Just playing with different color harmonies, color temperature combinations, that sort of thing. So right now I'm just playing with the white flowers. To see what kind of colors I can get into them, so I can have some different fun colors moving around. And then I noticed that there's this one and this one that are right on level with each other, right on the same line this way. So I'm going to have to watch that. I'll probably have to put something over this, bring it down to one. I didn't want to bring it down to this. I don't want to make these too bright because that'll pull too much down in there, and I want to keep that the center of it all. So, oh, I used the wrong brush. I'll just change that up. So even though I say I've got them on the same level and I need to change so that they're not right there across from each other, I go and work with the other one anyway. Instead of, I probably could have taken the one to the left and eliminated it, but there were things about each of them that I liked, and so I'm sitting here working with trying to keep both of them rather than just eliminating one and figuring out something entirely different. So now they're still competing with each other. They're still on the same line, even though one is brighter than the other. They're still big and the same shape overall and very obviously similar to one another. So I'm not sure if that's just me or if you ever struggle with that as well, but I really need to figure out how to get my brain so I just don't worry about trying to keep something like that. I just get rid of one of them. Just do it. Just got to go for it. But I don't know. It's an ongoing thing, and I'll figure it out as the painting progresses, hopefully. Otherwise, I'll have something in there that will probably bug me, and I'll have forgotten why. You have to watch. I've got this going that direction, that going that direction. Just realized that. So let's see, movement this way. I'm gonna get some movement this way somehow. So I'm just getting twists and turns with different shape, little shapes, like that one right there, a different value than what I had in there. So it's not just a big bright spot in there, but it does have brightness to it. And then as it goes into the shadow, I have the warmer little spot of red, cooler green, greenish blue as it moves back into the distance, into the shadows. So usually I like to work alla prima, wet into wet, so I can get all the different edges and things. But there are advantages to letting layers dry. I can come right on top and do things like that without worrying about disrupting what I had there before. And then if something doesn't work, like that red lily, I can wipe it out and get back to a lot of what I had before. So sometimes that is an advantage. That's why it's nice that I'm not dependent on alla prima for when I have those times that there's just no way that I can come in and finish it all in one fell swoop, in one session. I need to continue this one on down. I'm not a fan of the shape of that stem or the color or temperature of it or something. I think the temperature of it is probably too cool. It's something about the lavender look of it isn't working. So I need to change that. A little bit warmer green. So I still need to keep it in the shadows. Actually, I think I need that color, but that value at least, but with more warmth. So just putting something around it to give it a little shape as it comes down. Kind of like these brown ones that are in here too. Now that is leading right up to that one, so it kind of makes it look like it belongs with that, and that doesn't work. I want to make sure it doesn't interfere with that one. Even though I like that lavender that I got under there. So this is another situation of not taking it out, not taking my palette knife and scraping it off, just modifying it, changing it by degrees, bringing in some other little things that give interest to that area, and I didn't necessarily want to get rid of that whole line of color that I put in there, that blade of grass or the stem or whatever it is, but I had to reduce the attention it was getting. So there you go. For the most part, I really like what's happening in this painting, and there are just a few changes that I want to make, or additions, alterations. So right now I have this line of blue right there and right here, and it almost looks like it connects and goes through as a line. I have this right here that really stands out, so then I have this, it contributes to that line that goes right on out. These lilies come in a line, they come to this, moves down to that, and then down to there. It's just like a one continuous line on out of the painting. So I want to disrupt that. I'll probably take that out or change it, do something with it so that it doesn't stand out like that. I love the color in it. I like the color here, I like the highlight on it, but I don't want to keep that as it is. And then I need to just refine the little flowers here a bit more, get some different color into it. And I did add this quinacridone magenta right here because it's a little bit different. It's a bit cooler, and I can get a different kind of lavender from what I can get with the quinacridone red. So I want to try that out as well. And of course I need to finish up refining some of these flowers. Not like I do with these. I don't want them to have the same kind of detail and refinement as this right here. This is the center. This is where I want them to go initially and then move around the painting, but I don't want these to be unfinished or to feel like they are unfinished, while still not putting in too much detail or work into them. And this, I don't like it's the green right here. It also goes in a line. Got dun, 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 right like that. Just keeps moving. I have all these lines in here. It's kind of terrible that I managed to do that. So I have to watch for that. I did try to break this up some by moving this one up away, but still I got lines everywhere, it seems. So time to take some of those out. And I do love the fresh, there's a vitality in the stems, the grasses, the leaves, all of that I enjoy quite a bit. So I want to keep that feeling in there while still finishing it off. So let's see what I can do with it. So we start with some transparent oxide, or sorry, the oh boy, phthalo green and some cad yellow medium. And then see, I can adjust that with some of the other colors like the orange and warm it up or cool it down with some of the magentas and the blues over here. So it's just a great way for me to start the color, grabbing that because it's fast and it's nice and saturated. And of course I can play off of a pile of color, moving it side to side. That magenta will really help to tone down the green so it wasn't so strong. Then I can work with that. Start pulling some color moving up so I can start to move the viewer around instead of right on down. Sometimes just a little touch of something in a spot will pull attention to that without overdoing it, hopefully, and break up a line somewhere. So right now I'm still holding the brush back at the end so that, and I've got this long classic Egbert right here that is just so much fun to use, and it helps me to, with those long bristles, the brush will dance and kind of move a little less predictably than I might do if I was trying it to draw it out. Now this is some cobalt blue that I put on here when I was experimenting with the colors, and I want to try that a little bit. Oops, that paint is dried out on me. Go to the new stuff. For the most part, the cobalt blue mixed with, or compared to the ultramarine, they're both so very close to one another. This is just an attempt to get warm and cool working together. See, for something like that, it's just getting plenty of paint on the brush, on the end of the brush, and a light touch to pull it up through. So that's the much cooler. The ultramarine over here is much warmer. But by warmer, I don't mean warm. This is not a warm color right here. It's still cool compared to over in here, where the greens are full of yellows and reds. Makes a big difference. So I ended up with 3 little dots. I will change that, disrupt that a bit. Now I've got to watch out because a bright blue, even though it's cooler, and warmer colors have a tendency to come forward like this, really pulling out away from it. It's relative. So a bright blue in amongst warmth, surrounded by warmth, can also really pop forward. So I do have to watch that. That might not work there. Not sure yet. I think I'm going to change the direction of this one. Instead of pointing out that way, I want it to point in. So I'm going to move that. And maybe make it just a bit bigger. Maybe one that's going off over here. Turn the other direction. So I just hit that bright spot. I didn't mean to hit that because I do like having that in there. In fact, this is dry enough. I can probably come in and just wipe that off. But I do like the idea of adding some red in there to contrast with the green. That color harmony contrast. See if I can bring that bright back a little bit. If not, I'll just add a little touch of bright to it. I just wanted a spot of red in there to jazz that up some. Just like in some of these areas. I better watch that I don't get too much over in here. Okay, so now we'll go for some of the actually maybe I'll go for a little bit different color there. Too desaturated with white. I want more color than that in it, and not quite so purple. So let's see, add just a touch of the red into that. That might be closer to what I'm looking for. Yep, that's better. I think my blue is getting a little too Let it sit for a couple of days. Let's see, nope, it's not that dark. Going for the stem underneath that lily. And that's dioxazine purple that I was also playing with a bit the other day. I just need a touch of dark. And I thought, oh, it's a dark color on my palette. Might as well try it out. There we go. It was a little hard-edged. Some of those are in crimson. And a touch of red to that. Let's see, not that red. I think that's a little too cool in color temperature, so I'm going to just stick some darker red down in there at the CAD red medium. Now, if I decide that this is blending in too much back there, I kind of like it like that right now. So, but if I decide it is blending in too much, rather than brightening up the petals, I'll just come in and darken something in behind. Back behind, like this. But not so strongly obvious there. Oops. So I just go back and forth a little bit. Break up some of what I put in there. So that sort of thing, see, can then brighten up the edge of that right there so that it gives it just enough without being overly strong. And I don't need to have too many of these in here, not like I have over here. Just one here and there, a little bit smaller so it feels farther away, doesn't draw nearly as much focus that direction. And I can do the same thing to some of these others here, but in a lesser way. And I think that color is working out a lot better for being farther away. And giving me some color contrast to harmonize with the yellows over here. And they all have these little things that stick out. Although I really don't want to put one in here. Because in fact, I think I'll minimize that. Let's see, what can I, maybe I'll just put a little bit of a darker, like the tips of those things. See how strong, hard edge that is? And I need to come in and break it up some. So you can barely tell that it's there. That might be too much. Yeah, it's kind of losing the simplicity of the design, putting in all of that. So I think I'll leave that. Although, I don't know, let's see. With that long little line, stamen or pistil, I can't remember which that's called. Looked at that so often and I still forget. Oh, that just got to be terrible. Complete straight edge there. That's not what I wanted. And I want it to be very small, very thin. Quite so dark. That orange behind it was competing with it. Just needed to take away that competition. Too much. And I like the combination that it made, having the different values and saturations in there. So I'll vary that up with this one. Then I want to take that and move some over into the other territory. See what happens when I do that. That might be too much, too big. and so I make it bigger. Yeah, I'm playing with the edges and highlights, different value shifts in it to see what that might do. And it needs a little bit different color. Maybe cool it down with a touch of white. Oh, wrong brush. I don't want to dirty up with the complement will really desaturate and destroy the lavender color, so I don't want to do that. The red coming into the green, not a big deal. The green going into the lavender over there, yeah, that'll destroy it. So take the brightest spot and put it down here closer to these rather than up here, because when it's in all of this darker, a spot like that will really pull it up to that area. I still want to get everything moving down towards this right here. Now I need to take and use the same concept. Pull some of the yellow into this area over here. Oops, still too much. That's better. Notice that the bright yellow still wasn't strong there. It blended in with the greens. Adding that little bit of orange to it helps to warm it up and pull that much stronger, a better color for that spot up there. And then I can try to tie the purple and the yellows all together and break up so it's not a strong line of yellow this way and nothing else up that way to pull it in. And with everything I say, I reserve the right to change my mind. That's what listening to a painting is all about. Rather than getting focused in on a photograph and what's happening in the photograph, I use photographs simply to inform my understanding of the character, the makeup, the structure of the lilies and that sort of thing. But as far as how to design and orchestrate my painting, that has to come from my mind, not from the photograph. So I don't care what the photograph says so much about the design. I care about what I think about the design, and I listen to the painting and let it tell me as I progress what it needs. So I decided that this needed to have something more than necessarily oranges over there. It was just a thought, and I like it. I like where it went, and so now I feel like I can finish this off and know where to go with it. Sometimes it's just taking the time, letting it sit for a while and think about it for that to come. But then at the same time, I have to pull some of these colors over into this area. And I do have that. I don't necessarily have to pull one of these lilies over here, but I can do it with like maybe the reds here and these lavenders here. I will punch up those lavenders a bit with a little more saturated color than they have right now. Possibly. Right now they're a little bit not obnoxious, so I might leave them the way they are. And that's what I mean. I reserve the right to let the painting dictate to me what it needs. Tell me what might work in there. If it'll speak to me that way. Hopefully. It often does. For instance, these right here, those two little dashes, they're kind of fun when I'm just moving and everything, but they stand out pretty strongly right now, right in the middle of that dark. So I do need to tone those down. And this is confusing right there, since I changed it to the lavenders. I don't have to get rid of the whole thing, but I do need to break it up some. Like that. That's much better. That little spot. Break that up some. This guy, I just need to play with him and get him right on out of there. I still want to keep the whole area here interesting. So just tone those down some so they don't stand out quite so much. Maybe bring some of that dark over into this area here to pull it across and help to coordinate, tie this in to this area over here without necessarily getting nearly as strong. Maybe break up some of that with some dark to make it feel more rich and give it some shadow areas within it. There we go. Breaking up that blue then, I don't just have a line of it. I can do the same thing with that. Right there. Too much? Yeah, that kind of creates a line right here. So when I start to see some of the swirls and what the colors are doing, I experiment with it. That's what that was about. I was experimenting with the way these colors were working in there and if I liked that or not. And then with the reds, the way that they combined, the lavenders. But I think not right now. So I'm just gonna turn that down more. See, I can reach for a color like lavender to gray this a bit, desaturate some of that blue in it. And that might be a bit of color for there. See, and I don't have to get rid of everything in there. I just play with it, see what I think as I go. Nope, not quite. Needs to be pretty down from there. So right now that big dark background, the big shape behind the lilies, I like having that dark back there, but it is really strong. It's a big shape. It's very kind of oppressive feeling, so I will be modifying, working with that as I go along too, because it's just too much, too big, too dark, and it's noticeable, palpable. So what I'm playing with right now are shapes. This kind of abruptly ends here, and I'm trying to figure out what kind of shape I want to have over here that will tie into this over here. Because I felt like it was all light and all dark. Two distinct shapes, which is not bad to have, but I just didn't like the way it abruptly ended there with that kind of curve. So I think that is closer to what I'm wanting from there. Let's see. Oh, that might be why. I think that is actually alizarin. That's a different alizarin. What is that? Alizarin magenta or something? I'm going to have to look that up because I don't remember. That's why it's a little different color there. Let's see. I kind of feel like I need to break up that rounded edge right here. Maybe something like this. See if that works. So now I've got it coming down this way, this one, and then this right here. So, don't like that design. No, overall, not there. It's just not there. Let's see if I take That's, you know what I'm doing? That's too green. When I grab the transparent oxide yellow, I think I should be grabbing transparent oxide red for that color back there, for this kind of gray. This is a combination of different colors in there, so it's not one where I can just come and match it exactly, but I do want to get somewhere in that vicinity. And then it's got a spark of that manganese look to it. So if I just pull into it some, that's what I'm thinking. So I kind of break it up. And then this shape and this shape are kind of similar, so I sort of like that wildness to that, but I don't know that it's working. So let's see. So maybe if I just pull into it, it will work better. Ooh, that's much brighter, and nope, that is not what I want. I don't want that kind of value. So let's go here. Too much. Don't want that kind of color overly doing it either. But that might be closer. In fact, see if I can get rid of that without having to wipe it off. There was so much orange back in the background. I wasn't sure that I liked that. But I certainly don't want that bright either. And I like the vigorous brush work back there. But I'm kind of losing this tree that was a transitional tree back there too. So this is just a constant play with it to see what I like and what I don't. So I'm still thinking about this, but I just noticed this line of dark going right on up, and it really isn't anywhere else. So I don't want to have bands of dark here, band of dark. Whoa, I just touched the painting. Band of dark. So I want to watch. I need to break this up some. This here. Maybe pull a little up this way, minimize some of that. Dig into that sap green. So that it becomes pockets of dark rather than a line of dark. And then I thought about using that, but I want to kind of leave that there for the time being. So I will leave that there. was such a big, dark shape. Felt like I needed to bring something to break it up a little bit. It's a little too yellow. I want it more on the red lavender side and not quite so much. So I mix different piles till I can get more, but not so much as that. Then I might come in and break this up some. You know, a thought that just came to me when we're painting. This really is a process. It's not I've got every brush stroke laid out ahead of time. So much of it is intuitive. So when we're painting with a group, let's say we're teaching a class, I'm sure that there have been many times along the way here that somebody has just cringed. Oh, no, why did you do that? You just lost my favorite part. I loved so-and-so or whatever. And if we tried to paint by committee, we'd never get anywhere. Each one of us has a different way of looking at things, looking at the world. Our imaginations take us in so many directions. So we can't paint by committee. It's nice to have somebody to come in and critique our pieces and say, you know, point out big things like there was a blue line earlier that went down through there. There's this big line of dark that goes right up and is so obvious. You know, those sorts of things are nice to have pointed out, but to say, well, where should I go from here? I really don't know what to do next. No, that doesn't work. We have to decide what to do next. And if it doesn't work out, we either wipe it off or paint over it and go in a different direction. But really, the only way we're going to progress is if we follow our instincts and just do it and not get afraid, not need somebody to tell us, yes, what we're doing is okay. We have to trust our instincts and just do it. Just go for it. Just have faith and play and have fun with it and not worry about if it's right, because it's never going to be right. Nobody out there does it right. There's no right necessarily with a lot of this. It really is it's a puzzle and it's a challenge and it's just fun. So love what we do, love what we're painting at the moment, and it'll help us. It'll give us some ideas as we go that'll work out just fine in the end. Even if we do once in a while lose something along the way that we might have wished in retrospect not to have lost. That's all part of the process here. There isn't I've got to get this just right. So anyway, my little rant right there for you. So now I see this, and this. That this is actually like a little face. The eyes, a little nose, maybe a mouth here. So let's get rid of some of that with this guy here. Plus, coming in with some color into those will also help. Let's see, what color do I want to have there? I don't know. Might as well just try some things out, see what works. It's so dark that adding just a little touch of white will help me to see what the color is. And I can have fun with that. There we go, a bluish lavender. Ooh, I could even add a little bit more white to it and bring out more color into that. That's so dark, can't see anything in it. But I would like to have some more on the blue direction. Oh, even more, that's still too dark. So I'm going to come over here to the side and do it. So I can change it up dramatically, and then I can come into the middle a little bit with it if it's too light. And actually that's not bad at all. That's pretty close to where I was wanting it. There we go. And actually right there, I think I want just more of a straight blue, or a closer to straight blue than even the lavender, to go with that white. Not enough. There we go. More color like that into it. And then if I want more highlight after, if I decide that there's not enough bright spots in every area, then I can come in after with something. But for right now, I want just a little more color rather than just white spots everywhere. Get some shadow areas into that. I was being too shy putting that in. Let's see. So I have this line going up this way. I need to pull something somewhere else. Maybe down into here. All right, so getting much closer. I like the green that I have right here also. I might pull some of that over more to also tone that down. And start with some of the sap green, put in here. It's going to have to be fairly dark. It's not a real bright. I don't want a big value jump between these and the dark here, but something that will also make it feel like there's some structure, like some parts of the bush come out and are catching the light. Other areas are more in shadow and not catching the light. And just so that there's variety in them. Plus, I think colors like the green, a little bit more green, are good for the flowers and soften things so it's not so harsh. These bunny ears right here are standing out pretty strongly. So what do I want to do with that? At least so that they're not both the same size, and then I'll decide if this is still too strong. Maybe I should take some color here and pull somewhere else. So it's not such a all by itself out there. I also don't want to create a line going across all the way either. I like the feeling, the movement here, that sort of thing, so I want to keep some of that, or a lot of that actually. I think I'm very close to where I want this to be. Nope, I want to have a nice bright, oh that brush is too dirty, that's not going to work. Okay, so I'll use my yellow brush for a nice bright green. A spot somewhere in this area to pop some stuff out, because a lot of it is the same right now. And I apologize for all of the times in my videos when I said, ooh, I think I'm really close now. And then there's 2 or 3 or more hours left. In fact, sometimes I double the amount of time from the time I say, I think I'm really close. So I'm sorry for that. You can see that often I really don't know when I'm about to be finished. So if I catch you and you think, oh good, he's about done, well, I'm sorry, because I'm not. I might have just made, so I have that one there, I like that, this one, and then this one. So it's kind of a threesome right there. I need to change that. And that's what I step back and look at everything and see if there are any real standout. Oh, you know what? I like the red that's kind of back behind it, so I'm going to grab some of that instead. Any real standout patterns like that is what I'm looking for. It's always nice. That's what I need someone else like Christy to come in and do, because then she's seeing it with a fresh eye, and they just, boom, they just pop out at her much faster than they will for me, because I'm forming a memory, and it blocks much of that, because it's creating changes in my mind to compensate for some of those things. So that's why I don't see them, and I need someone with a fresh eye to come in and disrupt my view. Now it is very close to being done. I like what I have. That was a very strong, dark shape. So I'm looking at shapes. See this right here, this right here. Those are still dark shapes. If I squint down, I can see it gets rid of all the little tiny fluctuations, and I can see the overall shape and how it relates. If it's too big and too strong, then I need to break it up and change something in it. Possibly, unless it's working. If it's working, I don't want to change things up, but sometimes those big shapes just aren't working. But this, something like that, I would probably break it up with something that felt more like the background area, rather than coming in with some other leaf that's going to come out, because I have leaves here already that are popping out away from the background. So I really want this to stay more simple. So I'll come in and try to break it up with something that feels like the background. And I need kind of a dirty brown to do that with. And now those don't feel so much like as strong as shapes right there. They feel more like they have a lot of little fluctuations in them, the way that they would feel naturally if everything was just growing wildly of its own volition, rather than something intentionally placed the way we would do if we were making a painting that was flawed. Okay, so I like what I have right now. I might actually be finished. Can you see anything else that I should change? Maybe I do. I like these right here, which makes me tempted to do that somewhere else here. But I don't know if that would work. I think it might bring too much to the table. Maybe a little bit of like the salmon color down in that one might work. Let me try that out and see. So I can take my yellow brush and put it into this color over here, and I can make a nice salmon from it. And it's going to have to be some lighter value than that as well. There we go. And that's what I reserve the whites for, so that I don't have white everywhere, but in spots that I need to come in and use white, that's what I'm looking for. I can do even a little bit more than that. Brighter with some more yellow into it. So now I might be getting it too warm, and I need to cool it down like I do with some of these highlights here. So white and that will help. But I don't have very many clean brushes here in my hand. I've got a big Wolverine assortment of daggers, but not something clean enough for that color that I need. This salmon here will tone down the blue, so it's not a bright blue like that necessarily, which wouldn't necessarily not work, but I want it grayed down a little from that. So if I created too much of a line like this coming down, so it might be pulling the eye too much down into that area when I really want to keep the eye more up in here. Well, I kind of want the eye to move, the viewer to move all around in the painting, but that might be too strong all by itself down there. So do I change that? Take it out? Dull the value down? Or do I put some in other spots? Let's see. That's too much. Having one here and one here, that wasn't working well. Maybe a spot of bright. Now I've got that line. Look at how easy it is to just get lines in here. I'm thinking that's not quite what I want there. Had to decide what's going to be in front of what. And I thought I liked that grass coming across, or that leaf coming across better than that coming straight down. I think I've broken up all those lines that I didn't like. So now I need to step back and see where we're at with it all. I stepped back and saw this right here. This, when I'm up close, these look like different shapes, but it's kind of forms one big shape right there. And I feel like I need to break that up. This is all broken up. That feels like it needs to be broken up as well. Too much. That last one did not work. I was taking that right there just to make a line going up that direction. something different right there. Just that more diagonal and pointing up kind of emphasis to it to go along with some of these, to help emphasize that, pushing it that direction a bit. And to help give something to break up this whole area in here. A little spark. I think maybe a touch more yellow over here. So I'm not entirely satisfied with this area right here. It's kind of empty. I think I need to develop out these more. Maybe a touch on some of these petals just to pop them out more. And I wanted texture in the sky, but I think it's just too dirty, messy looking for the clarity in these flowers here. The contrast might work, but I think overall it's distractive. So I'm going to soften that texture that's in there a bit. And I'm hoping to have this in a show. I don't think it'll dry fast enough, but if it's possible, I'm going to see if this will dry by this weekend so I can have it in a show that's coming up. So I'm going to try this Hansa Yellow Light, which will dry a little faster than these, and I didn't want to put out, I might need more paint than what I have here. I'm going to use these if possible because those are a few days old and they might dry a little more quickly, but I really need this to dry faster, so I'm going to see if that will help. And I'm using what I had on here and not replacing it at the moment because I want the colors to dry faster. If it doesn't work, then I just won't worry about getting this in the show. But those are some of the things that we deal with as artists. I just got back from a family trip and realized that I really like this and want it to be in this show, and thought, but I didn't have time to finish off this before I left, so I'm going to see if that is possible. So here we go. Oops, I thought I took that skin off of there. Here we go. Just a touch of too bright. So we'll come over and grab some warmer. Hello. And I like the texture that's there, but that's a little too dark for those petals, that background color. And that's very close to what I'm looking for, color, or in those petals. Now darker for the other petals so they don't stand out quite so much. Just a touch of the orange. See what I want there. That comes straight from the tube, just about like that. There's some green on there. I actually want the green more. Let's see. Oh, different color there. So I'll take a little sap green. I'm trying to come up with a color that's more neutral, and adding green to all of that will help to tone that down some and change it from being so red like that over here, so it's just a little bit different in color. But I think that might be getting too wide for that right there. Oops. I'm trying to go off of this to create one here, but I just want a single coming off thin, and then I need another one over there. We're getting very close now on this particular. That's way too much paint, but that's along the lines of what I'm looking for. Except that that's so thick, it probably is not going to dry in time. It's too dark. And I'm going to use some of this color that's already mixed up. It's basically just the phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, and some of this alizarin manganese that's over here. And I think that's a slow dryer. So I'm not going to use that one. This one, a little faster. Anyway, I just need a dark. Come in here. Too much thick paint there. I don't want that one to stand out too much. I want that to be softer and just barely there. And with so little paint that's going to dry faster. And I don't really like actually that's what's throwing me off. I need darker along here. With a semblance, just too much paint, touch of bright in there. So we're seeing, this one kind of continues out from here over. This comes in, but there's also another petal that comes off of where the base of it is here. Continues out, so that's where I'm watching the drawing of it. This one goes over it, this one comes under, and then I have just that little touch of bright where the sun is catching on that petal over there. Up a lot more paint than I wanted. Oh, too much. I wanted to soften those, but not take away the whole dark of them. No, too dark. Need it brighter, especially out towards the end of it. There we go. So I just kind of leave a little bit of that right there. And that's too rounded. It needs to come follow out into these other petals here. That's better. That just gives a little tiny indication that it's there. Fading down into the shadows so it goes behind that. I didn't want it to feel like it needed to come over that flower, although generally speaking I want these to feel like they're coming out because that's the nature of those leaves. So if I take the end of this one and put it as if it's back into here, that might help also. Nope. Make it a little brighter than that. I want to help push that one underneath into the shadows a bit. I don't want it to be so bright that it competes with the flower up here, but I do want some kind of indication that there's too much brightness on the end of that. And then you can take this and kind of too hard edged. Kind of push that into the shadows a bit. Break up that edge a little. Oh, too much. That feels better, but I don't want so much of a end there. I didn't want so much of a shape right there. I wanted to break that a bit, but I do like the contrast now, that feeling that one goes down into the shadows and one's on top. Just creating a feeling of three-dimensionality and trying to break this whole space here up a bit. Bring a little bit of the complement, the lavender, into that area instead of so much green everywhere. Because green is a lot closer to the color of that. Nope, wrong one. That's the alizarin's, and those will dry slower. This is the quinacridone. Oh. Look at how bright that is against that shadow. Pull that right out of there. Get that right there so it's a little bit more in shadow, as if that's casting down, and that will also help to pull that forward more. I thought that that shape was a lot like the petals here, so I wanted to change that up some. And then this leaf doesn't really fit the situation. It's more like a rose leaf or something like that. So I just want to break that up a bit. So it's not quite looking like a definite shape so much. And I'm trying to bring in, I have all these darks over here and not so much over here, so I'm trying to simplify some of this back down into the simpler shapes, just so it's not quite so much activity in there. Quick, I better get some of that sky before I run out of this white over here. Soften down that sky a bit. And that, not too much. Just so it's not too bright of a blue. Now I can get into more bright blue, I think, in some spots. That just seems too yellowed down. Competes with all these yellows here, so I need something that's cooler in color temperature. So I'm leaving some of the texture as I go, but brightening things a bit more. See if that will help match the feeling of kind of a bright, I mean there's some bright light shining onto these flowers, so maybe a little more sunny day, but possibly overcast. But if I leave some of the texture, then I can keep the feeling of softening out the edges of these, although I have this and this that kind of compete with one another. They're both the same shape. Which one do I want to have in there more? So using rather than just the tip of the brush, using the sides and everything to get unexpected bits of thicker paint, they can give some variety there. Too much. I actually liked that before, but not at that moment. So let's get rid of one of those. And that's going too far up into there. Keep going. I'm so used to going for that. I want this color here. Got too much white splotching all around in here. And I might end up with too much pink lavender out there too, which is gonna draw more attention than what I want. I think it's these two shapes are just lumps there. I need to break those up. But I wasn't quite sure how to do it. What color do I want to break that up with? And what shape? That's definitely better. Oh, this still has too much dark paint on it. That's so bright when it really is. It's creating kind of a spotlight there. So I like that shape overall better than the lump kind of shape. As long as I'm not, I do have to watch this where it kind of bowls down into it like that. Break into that some. it's too dark for that spot. And it's almost getting like that starburst kind of effect here. So I do need to tame some of those. So they're a little different shape than just lines of light everywhere. Sometimes getting the right shape and making it look like it just happened so easily is very complicated. So this is probably matching that petal there too much, but I also didn't want to just have this kind of a thing. I thought about putting one going this direction, but then I have this one going that direction, and that almost matches up with that, which creates this kind of a repetition there. So I was trying to find something that would break that kind of pattern. Maybe if I pulled this one, no, then it matches up there. So that's maybe coming down like that might work. I just don't want to break it into all these going one direction, these going another. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. Yeah, that so far is awful, but we'll see what we can do to pull it out some. made that just too strong of a shape going straight across. So I need to break that up. So I need to change the direction of that shape a bit, pull it down with a different something happening there. Not necessarily like that. Nope. Too white. I want some color in there. So I changed this moving down like this to break it so it's not this and this, but it still might be, I don't know, there's something about this that's like a elephant's trunk that's just kind of has mushed on down. I'm not sure I like that. Maybe if I get some strength around it, it would be better. Break it up some. It's seems too predictable. To feel safe. By safe, it means that it's too planned, too careful. It needs a little bit of wild to it. pull in some of that blue into other parts of the painting for sparks of that cooler color, and as if the sky is actually reflecting onto some of those as they turn towards the sky. That was so long, it's kind of obnoxious. A lot of almost spattery kind of texture out there everywhere. So I felt like it needed to be toned down a bit. Oh, this one worked better. When I put that in, I wanted some color down here, but it matched that one too much. So, in intensity and color, so I needed to change that. I'm looking for, I kind of like what's happened here now. I feel like it's broken up and has more to it. Now I'm looking for little spots that might need to be adjusted or changed or emphasized more. I want that to blend away but not feel like it's suddenly cut off and floating. I want it to feel as if it just goes into the background because it gets darker and darker back there. Because it goes into the shadows. That might help. Nope, that is not the right color. Let's see if I can come up with the better color for that. That white cooled it down too much, and then it stands out too much. There we go. I like that little spot of the cool purple that's on there, but not all the way across this line, because then it's too strong of a line out that far away. Too hard of an edge. All right. I do like this much better out there than what I had before. I'm hoping it doesn't feel like goalposts now. This one this way, this one this way, kind of facing right here, and then that splits the difference between them, doesn't it? I just noticed that. What if I take and pull another those, oops, down into here, like this, even breaking that one up. And I'm using a palette knife because I'm trying to get that sharper edge in here to really punctuate breakup of that. So it's a different quality from everything else around it to emphasize pulling that some attention to that area. Keep losing it. I don't want to have too much. That might be about right. So to kind of create a going from here to here, down to here sort of thing, maybe that works. And let's see. No, that didn't work. But maybe something like that. Dark and then the light against each other. Hello.
Yeah.
I was also wondering about something here. So, wrong color. Need something darker in here. I'm hoping this will dry in time, but no way to tell. was trying to keep it from getting too busy with too many of those green leaves, but then it might be too little, I guess. And I didn't put any new paint out on here. I was trying to go with just the old, so that it would be closer to drying as well. That's going right to that petal. What if I pull in this one across?
Keep that in the 15.
the same direction as that. So that doesn't
It's
work.
gonna be hard, cause you're gonna, something's gonna happen no matter what you do with it, cause it's just so much.
Yep. But those don't work. That's all I know. I think that whole line there is not necessarily a pleasant one anyway.
Don't know really what it's going to.
Mm-mm.
Does
not-
that top flower even have a stem? Can't tell.
Right here.
Oh, okay.
So if I break that up,
Actually, you could probably just totally get rid of it because.
that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I'm
there's
coming in
nothing-
and breaking it up and getting rid of it.
I like that leaf.
It's getting increasingly difficult to use the old paints, so it may not be feasible to try and get this into that show. The overall quality of the painting is much more important than getting into a show, so I think I'm just not going to worry about that and put some new paint out here soon. Thought it was worth trying at least. Okay, so that needs a dark in it. Those aren't going to work. So I need to come in with a new dark. Thank you for your feedback, Christy. That was very helpful. There are so many different things we can do as artists to help us progress and learn and become better than we are at this moment. Sometimes setting a time limit can do that for us. So when we're out on location, we have to work more quickly because conditions change so fast. Light changes, the sun arcs across the sky, and suddenly our shadows and our highlights are completely different. The colors are different than they were just 10 or 20 minutes before that. And within 2 hours, the whole scene has almost completely transformed. So we have to work fast. And often, when we come back into the studio, setting that same kind of time limit can help us to not get caught up too much in unnecessary details. So, putting a time limit on our painting can really help us to do better at times and to think more like when we're out on location with that kind of spontaneous reaction to what it is that we're feeling and why we're doing what we're doing and why we're painting this particular scene or subject or direction or whatever. There are other kinds of constraints that we can put on ourselves that can also help to guide the way that we think and to help us to have more of a connection between the intellectual and the emotional or spontaneous nature of painting, and that chasm that seems to be there sometimes between the intellect and the emotion. And knowing that both of those are so important to a successful painting, it can be helpful to look for things that might guide us in that direction, to give us, like with me, I decided to just go with, well, okay, so this was not because I thought, ooh, this is going to help me to grow as an artist, where I kept with the paints that I already had out here because they were already in the process of drying, having been out of the tube for several days. I knew that they would dry more quickly than if I put out new paint, so that I could get this painting ready for a show that's coming up in just a few days. By the end of last night, I still had not finished. I got this far. Right there, though, I really like what's going on over here. I feel much better about it. I like a lot of the things that are happening in here. I like this leaf right there a lot. And I like better what's happening here. We had this kind of triangle that was blocking in and creating a shape there that did not work. It was distractive. So I'm breaking that up now. I'm coming in and changing the dynamics of the composition in this area right here. And I like what's happening now with it, but I didn't finish. It got to be way past when I'm supposed to be going to sleep. It was about almost 10:30 last night when I finished, and I finally just called it because I thought, nope, I'm not going to make good decisions if I keep going at it right now. So I decided to wait, and knowing that, I also knew that it was likely that I would not finish this in time for the show. So with that in mind, it gave me the thought that sometimes those restrictions, like a time limit or some other parameter that we put on ourselves to help us to progress, to give us a challenge, to make it so that we are out of our comfort zone, sometimes those can be really beneficial. I hear artists all the time talk about how a quick draw competition pulled out of them something they didn't know was there, and how they created the best painting of their lives during that moment. And I think that is awesome, and I believe that can happen to us. But it also made me realize that sometimes we just need to slow down, take our time, and think clearly about the decisions we're making. So I'm almost out. I'm just picking at the remnants, the dregs of the paint that was left here. And I thought, is that really in the best interest of this painting? Yes, I would love to have this in the show that's coming up. I like the color, the contrast, and the overall feeling in this painting, and I wanted to have it in that show. But the painting is more important than the show. So I'm going to put out some new paint and not even worry about getting this into the show. I don't want to take any chances on limiting what I can do with this painting just so I can have it in the show. So I thought I would share my thought process with you, because I know that some of you are probably going through some of those same struggles and those same thought patterns. And I hope that if you put some kind of constraint on your work at one moment or another, that you use it to its full effect, and that it is a great help to you, and that if something changes, you roll with it. That each of us need to realize that life sometimes has its own plans for us, and it doesn't always work out exactly as we anticipate or hope that it will. But it can still be joyous, and I'm having a lot of fun with this painting, so I'm not going to let the idea that I can't get it ready in time for this show this weekend deter me from that kind of joy that I experience in painting it. And so I hope that you also feel that as I'm painting, and that I think last night was fun. I think it was good for me at that moment to have those constraints, because it made me think of different ways that I could approach a particular problem. Like with some of my darks, rather than mixing up colors that might not dry as quickly, I was going for different varieties, like with the transparent oxide red and the phthalo green. I know the phthalo green dries fairly rapidly, so does the transparent oxide red. All of the earth colors they're some of the fastest drying colors that we have. So I was mixing those instead, and came up with some combinations, just like in here with some of the lavenders and the reddish browns and other colors that I like a lot. And it helped me to realize that some areas I had were more strongly contrasting than I probably wanted them to be, and I toned down some of those as I went. So a situation like this, where we can have those kinds of opportunities to learn and to think differently than maybe we've thought before, that can really be a very helpful thing. And realizing that the painting is what this is all about, the final version, how it comes out, is why I'm doing this, then that's really what, in the end, is most important. I did notice too that I have 1, 2, 3, almost like claws coming out there. So I've got to watch that kind of repetition. I need to break up one of these, so change it somehow so it's different. And probably this one or this one, although I really like the colors in this one. So I have to think about that. This one actually might be better served rather than coming straight in, because I wasn't too sure about that anyway when I first did that. Maybe bringing kind of an up and down, and it going, I like where it goes into shadow here at the end of it and comes out and gets highlighted here, but maybe turning it so that it's coming down, something like that, or changing it entirely so that it's, I don't know, I'll think that through here as I progress with this. This right here, I really like a lot of what's going on in here, but I have the same feeling about like this one here, maybe changing the direction of that a bit, something like that, and breaking this up right there. Even though I do like the texture, the movement of the paint texture right here, this is all very jumbled right now, and it needs to be, I think it needs greater clarification there. If the whole painting had this kind of obscurity, then that would work. Where I really, you know, a lot of this I can't tell what's going on there, then maybe I could do that here if it was all throughout here. But I really have a lot of clarity in other places in here, even though there is quite a bit of activity as well. There's a lot of clarity to it, so I do need to bring greater clarity to this. And by clarity I mean like the areas of dark and light that, you know, you can see this flower as an individual shape all by itself. This is an individual shape. This flower is an individual shape. Although I have areas where the edges, you know, are more or less distinct. But this right here, this whole area is very close in color, value, everything. The edges, all of that are so close to each other in such a big area. Like even here, you can see this leaf, but this area right here is so close to so much of this that a lot of this just kind of blends together. Doesn't have enough clarity to it. So I'm going to break that up and clarify. And then just take my time in deciding other areas that I might need to modify by degrees. So here we go. Now I've got to be careful. I was thinking of taking a leaf this direction, but then I'll have that. It'll be almost like a big, I don't know, spider or something out there. So I have to think this through. Maybe if I do one down this direction somewhere. I can start to pull some of the attention away from this right here, that center spot. That dark color I'm not a real fan of, so I'm going to change that up, but I do like the idea of, although it is kind of connecting with, well, no, it's not kind of, it's completely connecting with this right here now, so I just need to eliminate that also. Change it up, something. So darkest right there as it comes around, and then as we come down and it moves away from that curve, it'll get a bit lighter because there's more light filtering all around it, which lightens it up. And then I can come in oh, that color is too close to this color. I don't want that. I want to get away from, I want this area back in the background to be completely separated from that. So I need a darker reddish brown to push that backward. Getting closer. So now I start to separate that from the background areas. And then once I've got the background formed in a bit, then I'll look and make sure that it's not a specific shape that is attracting attention, and I'll start to break that up in little ways. But that's slowly how I can start to see all of these areas here where it's kind of a reddish brown back in the background. That's the sort of idea. I'm trying to pull that into this space, and that's how I can break this up, by pulling in some of that background. And that's a variety of really dark areas and not so dark areas, and then lighter areas as well. So a mix of them, but they all kind of have that same overall color tone to them. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, and I don't think I want that there. Fortunately, that's all dry, and I can just wipe it right off. And then I notice that there's a little bit of confusion between this coming around and that little spot right there that was from the leftover. So I can come in right up next to it like that, leave just a little bit of it and turn it into something else that is separate from that. And that way I can pull that down more. So now I've changed this so that it's more like a leaf and not the stem coming up. And hopefully I start to break up that shape that was all closed off in here. I just have to come up into that area. We're getting closer though. Well, it's about time, Bill. What's taking you so long? Hey, this isn't a race. I can take all the time I want. Kinda. Would like to get this up on the site so you can see it. Now, what do I want to have happening here as far as structure goes? Which do I want this to be a leaf coming across here? Do I want this to be a leaf coming down into here? I better figure that out before I go and do a lot to it here. I'm thinking of having this come across, it'd just be a little bit different color. No, probably not, because now we've got a bird, a wing here, and that right in the middle. I think this is just too long and straight. I was watching Scott Burdick do a demonstration as well, or watching him complete one of his paintings, and it was very fun to see that he goes through the same process. That often he's just trying to figure it out as he goes along, and the painting often will present to the artist what it needs. So we just have to be open to the idea of changing things when they're not working, or to little areas that might distract the viewer or that don't seem to be in harmony with the rest of the painting. And that's just, it's a process. It's something where we have to be open to our imagination and really to the feelings that we get as we're going along. If something just feels off, then we just work at it until it feels right, till the whole painting seems like one cohesive form of poetry that's just working, that engages the viewer, and really something that we really enjoy, that we're just thinking, yeah, I really like this, it's working now. So that's what I'm doing now. It's just making it all come together. I feel like this is just too big of a dark shape all by itself. I wanted to break it up some into different kinds of colors. Get some variety within that shape. And that might be too bright, taking away from the shadow. Do you notice how often I change the color that I'm working with? Sometimes I'll take one color and put it in several different places around the painting, but most of the time, the yellows, the greens, the reds, whatever it is that I'm working with, I'm changing the colors in some way, even in small nuances of it, to give variety and to make sure that nature isn't one continuous color. If we really start to observe, light is refracting and reflecting, and it's just changing all the time. So trying to get that into our paintings can really be useful as well. It can help to bring a much more dramatic sense of realism to the work, or that it feels, yeah, I can accept that. Oops. I've got that now, that, and that. That didn't work out. So. Filtering down, down. So that's not quite the direction I want to go either. Maybe this way. Now we've got a mustache. All kinds of things happening here. Put in one area and another comes forefront. So how about if we just scrape a bunch of this out of here. So this is where I'm really not paying attention to the reference image. As far as the composition and all that, I might glance periodically to see how a leaf is formed or something like that. But really, this is all about the painting and what it needs, and looking at each spot and seeing if that spot is working, and especially if it's working in harmony with the rest of the painting. And I'm trying to make sure that it's interesting to look at too. When I look at the reference photo, it's just a bunch of, for the most part, green and yellow, and that's it. And I want to have a variety of colors, warm and cool, and reds and purples and blues and yellows and greens and everything in between. So I like to have that variety, not have everything look the same in there if I can. But the useful thing about the reference photo is that it gives me starting points. I see little bits of orange, I see little bits of lavender, things like that. I see the little white flowers and that sort of thing. They just don't work for me in terms of what's in the photo, but I can use those as starting points to fuel my imagination and give me ideas and insights of what direction I could go. Now it's starting to get too spotty with little black dots everywhere, so I just need to soften those out. I like having those in there, just not as strongly as they are in areas. I don't want a bunch of little black dots, I just want the contrast. So I'm playing with the idea of a lily that's basically expired, but that there's enough of it to give some color in this area. So I may need to just paint over all of that instead of trying to work around it, and then come in and put something on top of it. So I have this little plant coming up, has those kinds of flowers on it. The color was too dirty looking. I didn't like it. So start over with a base color right there. Maybe take off some of that texture so it doesn't distract. And it looks like I'll be taking off the other paint I had down in there too. Coming over the top of this one. Fortunately, that one's been there for a little while, so I can erase it fairly easily. I like that leaf coming over that lily. Too bright. Way too bright. And too much. Maybe. Oops. That was a little darker than I wanted. I started getting just too much thick paint in there, which is much more complicated to work with, and often produces an effect that isn't appropriate in an area like that. So let's see. If I cut up into that. Oops, I don't actually want to get rid of all of it. Maybe, that might be all right there. So it's carving back up into it, the kind of painting we're doing right there. Sort of like sculpture, rather than painting it exactly. I can come back in and carve it. Too green. I like that other color that was there. Just wanted to darken it a little bit next to that one. and I've got to be careful or I'll get this curve here too nicely curved, where I really want it to be messier than not. So I don't want it to feel like it was just perfectly drafted out. I want it to feel a little bit shaky, like my hand shakes or something, like a little imperfect, I guess. I'm looking for some imperfection there, and that's much better. That's starting to work there. See if I can get another. I think that one was starting to get just a little too spindly, too thin. Needed more substance than that. Now we're getting closer. Whoa, I got a lot more paint there than I expected with that red, and in the wrong spot. My brush did not have the paint where I thought it had it. No, that's not the color. It needs to be a dark green. At least a darker green, not totally dark. It's something different from the color of the flower itself. Actually, I think I just need to come across that whole thing there and then come back into it. I realize that watching something like this unfold can be probably a bit disconcerting because you're thinking, where on earth are you going with this? What are you thinking? Because sometimes when I'm looking at as I'm doing this, I'm thinking the same thing. But for me, it's easier than for you because I do have the mental image in my mind. But at the same time, there are moments where I think, did I just overdo that? Am I going, do I really know what I'm doing right here? So the nice thing about oil paint, as you've seen throughout this whole process, is that it is very forgivable. No matter what we do, we can change it, we can paint over it, we can scrape it off, we can change and we're not stuck. So that is really a great blessing. I love that we can do this with oil paint. It is just so forgiving and so malleable. So it is a fun process, really, to just explore sometimes. And while on one hand I do have that trepidation, thinking, am I going too far? Am I ruining it? Am I what am I doing? I think we could get a lot farther with our paintings if we keep in our minds the idea that we're not, we might ruin it, but then we can start another painting. But overall, we don't ruin it. Generally speaking, it's good to explore and to explore those what ifs, and hopefully make the painting stronger. So fortunately, I have Christy to come in and give me some insight and help me to make sure I'm going in the right direction and I don't overdo it, or that if there is something that's really outstanding in terms of a glaring problem in the painting, she can help me to see that. So I hope each of you have somebody like that, but also just have confidence. Just even when you don't feel very confident, go forward with confidence and explore and experiment and see what might happen with it. And that, I probably didn't need to take that out. I just realized I could have used that as one of the pistils or stamen or whatever they are. I can never remember which is which. And I've studied it so many times, I still don't remember. But one of those, I could have just left that as one of those. I didn't think about it at the time. You know what? I think this is bothering me because there's that thin one and this thin one. I think I'd rather have just one thin one there. Otherwise, they look too spindly or something, too thin. Maybe I'll just come out farther with this one as well. I am having trouble with my brushes today, or with my control of my brushes today. Not getting the shapes that I was expecting. Why is that? So I needed to clean one of my brushes so I could get a little bit bigger brush to work with in there. And then figure out exactly what I'm wanting from all of that. With that flower. So grab a little bit of green just to dirty it up a bit so it's not quite so bright of an orange or yellow or whatever color. And that right there persists. Part of that is because of the thicker straight paint that's there. It keeps wanting to come through. I might have to scrape it down in order to get rid of it. Okay. I'm going to experiment with a different brush on this part. Thinking maybe of a bit of a lavender in that area rather than yellow, but a darker lavender. Let's just try some of this dioxazine purple. And I want it to be, actually that's too dark. More on the red side. It still might be too dark. Let's see. That might be about right. that didn't work. So I want it dark, but not too dark. When it comes to those little things on the end, I want them to stand out, but not like a big dark spot either. Well, that didn't get much at all, which might be about right. Oh, I see what's stopping it. It's that paint I put right there that's thick. I'm catching that and pulling it up. It was so dark right at the base of that brightness, I didn't want to have that too dark next to it. That was too much, but not in an awful way. Just pull that out some, maybe get the little bit that I'm looking for. I just wanted a spark of brighter color in there, and that might do it. Nope, not quite bright enough. Ah, that might do it. There we go, a little more contrast in there. It was taking on the shape of one of the dark spots on the end, so toning that back some. Okay, so now that might be about right. And keep in mind, if you see me do a particular brush stroke, or like the one where with that bright spot, I just kind of softened it out across the petal, like, and then I pulled some of it in another direction. You can go over into the side of the video and hit that little gear icon, and you can slow the speed down to like a quarter of the speed, so you can watch exactly how I do a brush stroke like that. And it might not be that brush stroke, but any of the strokes, the brush strokes in the painting, you can slow it down and see much more clearly how I do that, instead of a quick, whoa, what just happened kind of thing. That doesn't really work either. I didn't like the yellow that I had there. It was too greenish yellow, but I don't like that either, because now it looks like it doesn't separate enough here. These two are too close to each other. Oops, this petal and this petal, that becomes now like shadow. So I can't have that. And I don't know what I scraped off of my painting, but I got something. know this can't be very exciting for you to watch. There's so many little slow moments going on here, so many little tidbits that I'm working at, but that is the process. So I'm not sure what else I can do about that, sorry. So a couple of observations I had last night are that, first of all, this one has this long, I didn't even notice that there. I think mainly because I just attached this and used an existing leaf that was there. But these don't have that kind of a stem going that direction. The stem usually is like this. So they attach, and you might have multiple lilies attached to one stem like that. But I want to make sure that I don't forget that that's happening there, and that I take care of that by putting a stem coming down through there. Another thing, with lilies, they basically have 3 petals on the inside and 3 on the outside. So like 1, 2, 3 will be closely clustered to the inside, and then the other 3 on the outside of the lily might bend down away from it even more. And that's why I can get a variety of different kinds of configurations with the lilies, because you don't always see some of these ones, like the third that are on the outside of the lily, they might bend off in some direction that we can't really see it. So we might see only 4 or 5 petals on the flower, even though they have 6. So I wasn't really paying much attention to that when I put this one together or this one. Wasn't thinking through that. I was just playing more with the overall design and the color, the contrast, so that it worked well with leading the viewer around in here but not taking away from that. So now I have to, I need to remember that and then come in and look at it and make sure that I'm, even though I want it to be loose and free and spontaneous, I also want to make sure that I don't do something obvious, because obviously biologically incorrect with the lily overall, in a way that it's so obvious that somebody, just anybody who grows lilies, would come up and say, it doesn't work like that at all. This guy didn't know what on earth he was doing. Kind of the way Christy does with horse anatomy. If somebody paints a horse and she sees it and there's something wrong with the anatomy, it will turn her off completely, because she wants to make sure that that horse anatomy is correct. So I want to do the same thing with my lilies, not to where I'm overly cautious with it, but that I am conscious of it overall, so that there's nothing glaring in there. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, and then I also thought, I like this petal, I like this petal, I like to have some of those bigger, or not petal, but leaves in here. I'm enjoying those. I don't really have any bigger ones except for down here, up in this area. So I might take this one here and turn it in, maybe starting about here, something like that, turn that into a big one that comes over this. So I did think about that. Now it is very close. I don't really want to have a railroad crossing thing or anything going on here where one comes over and there's like an X there. So I do want to watch that. But I am thinking about that sort of idea with some kind of bigger petal, or leaf, sorry, that is in there. This is still a little bit ambiguous. This thing right here, don't really know what that is completely. Don't know if I need to, but it's so scraggly that it kind of draws attention to itself. So I might need to resolve that in some way also. But overall, I like this space now a lot better, just having even those little subtle tweaks to it. And I need to come in, and that I think is just obnoxiously long for unless I did it to all of them. And I don't think that would work very well. So I need to do something about that petal there. I like the motion, the shape of it, that sort of thing, but I think it is kind of awkward. So I will probably carve that back some so that it feels more like these over here. And you can see I have cleaned my palette again because everything it was drying so quickly for me. So my paints are laid out here and ready to go. And these mongoose, well, badger brushes, the Rosemary Masters series, I like these when I'm trying to, just like what we did in all these spaces, just putting in little breakups of shapes. When I'm trying to come in, like even in here, when I come in to put in the darks into this area, these work out great because they have a nice, they're stiff enough that they give me some texture, some brush texture with it, but I can also get a really thin line with the edge of that brush and use the corners and play into spaces very well. And I can pull just a couple of bristles apart from the rest, and that helps me to get some color into there. So that's why for some of this refining work, I use the mongoose or the badger, the Masters series. All right, so in this area, I like that it's not too contrasty like some of these spots here. I don't want to necessarily get that too strongly contrasting in value. So this is the paint from last night. So I can come in and add some of that into my pile of darker color there and modify it a bit. So sometimes it's just little tweak, and then that's separating then a couple of those flower petals. And this really is there's so much thickness there. And part of that is really, if I take, let's say, this one, and this as the inside petals, they're generally speaking thicker or wider oftentimes than these outside ones anyway. So we can get differences in the character, the makeup of those petals. So I can get away with some thickness in some of this, but I need to make sure that it feels consistent at least, and that I'm watching my. What made me think about that was the way that I was doing where one petal overlapped another, and it's going to be like this one, and this one that would overlap in the other three. I'm not going to have this one overlap and then this one here overlap this one if this one here is overlapping this one. They're not going to go in order like that. You're going to have the opposites. You're going to have corresponding ones. There, and there will be behind. There, and there will be on the inside, or vice versa. So that's what I have to watch for in thinking about the makeup of that flower. And in knowing that, I can also come in, let's see, I will take some of this, make up kind of an orangish color there, and then maybe more on the yellow side. And let's grab some of that transparent oxide yellow just to kind of gray it down just a bit there. Now that's probably pretty bright. So you can see compared to the values I have in here, or even over here, that's still pretty bright. So if I come in with even more and start to darken it, then we'll start getting, and that's very rich looking, which means I can probably take a little sap green or something like that into it, or even some quinacridone red. Start to tone that down, especially the quinacridone red and the green mixture together will really start to desaturate that so it's not too yellow or too red, and then we start getting much closer. See that? So that's how I play with the color to start getting to a better value. I don't want it to be too bright down in there because I'm going into the shadow area of it, and we're getting very close there. It needs more green though. It's too much on the warm red side. So I get more green, and look at that, we're getting really close to that color now there and over in here. So let's say like this petal here, I could actually pull it down to where it's we have much more. Oh, look at that. It's all still wet, so all that color is pulling right off of there. Well, it should be really pretty wet still, but this shows you how wet. And I could make this wider here than what it is and start to push that down as if it's much lower than this petal and this petal if I want to have those on the outside. I can do the same thing to that one, but I don't have to. I just need to come in and make sure this one feels like it's on top of that one, which right now it doesn't because that edge is coming over it. Does that make sense? So those are the sorts of things I have to consider. Now I could do the opposite. I could take this one and put it over the top of this one here, and then put that one underneath this as well, and have this one, and this one as the ones that are on the inside, overlapping the ones that are on the outside. So I actually like this little spot a lot, and I like how it comes over the top of this one here. And since I'm going to be modifying this a bit anyway, I might actually do that. Maybe I'll, instead of putting this one into the shadows, I'll put this one into the shadows and pull this one up more into the light. So thank you for that idea. You guys are just helping me immensely. That was great. So now I'll push this guy into the shadows. And I like that green actually down in there, so I think I'm going to get more of that into this color. I like what that's doing to the cooler color temperature of it. Is really helping to push that down into more of a shadow feeling to it. So those are some of the things that I watch for. If I don't know exactly the color or whatever that I want there, if it's working somewhere, if I see something and try to pay attention to something that might be working, then I'll go for that and try that out. And then come in with even darker in a spot. Maybe that might be a little too dulled down in color. So let's say I want it to be richer than that overall in having some color to it rather than being fully desaturated. I can do that and maybe catch a shadow down in here. Sorry, not a an accent. It's like a little dark spot that puts it even as it gets towards the base, as the petals come together, it'll get even warmer and darker right in there. So just a small accent to emphasize that. And then I need a different brush to start pushing back up the value of the other so that it is not down in the shadows. And you're probably thinking, oh, Bill, you were almost done with it. Move on already. And I would say, you are right. You are right. But sometimes these things must happen. For the good of us all, I must press on. And fortunately, if you don't want to watch how I fix this flower, you can fast forward it. I love technology. I'm going to try just a spot on it just to see what it's like with a brighter flower here. And decide after it's done if it's too bright for that spot. nope, I don't like that shape. So I ended up with right here, it needs to, there we go, be reworked there. All right, getting closer with that. So we get rid of that little tip that's down there. And then I want to use this other brush just for darks, so I'm going to come in with a different color. Well, that would probably work. There we go. And we'll get rid of the very tip of that. Let's see. So a couple things. I'm playing with this right here. That spot is going to end up being the understructure, this part of the flower. So I'm playing with colors that might work there, and that is too light. And then I'll play with this petal here to get it so it pulls away from there. But I want to start changing how all of that's working right there. Just not a fan of the flower overall right now. So I'm going to get rid of part of this tip. And touch of that. There we go. How close am I? Much closer now. That's too much. Too light. And really, this can get pretty dark right here on the underside of this petal. So that right there doesn't feel like it goes down in well enough, so It's just kind of losing it's getting too dark. What can I do there? I feel like I'm overthinking this. So let's see. Restructured that too much. Hello. This is a point where I may just have to scrape that off and start over again, or just get big brushes and simplify, because right now it's just feeling stiff and awkward, and each little change that I make to it fails to produce what I want there. I love this one. It's obscure, it's simple, it sits down in there, it's got nice brush texture, the values are close together and simplified. This one feels very overworked. These are so simple and quick. They look effortless. That's the feeling I want here, and I'm not getting it. That just feels overworked and awkward. So, decision point here. I think I've been playing with small brushes and worrying so much about things in there. I've just kind of lost the whole feeling of it. So, that's when it's time to get a little bit bigger brush, come in, play with my color a little bit more, and just throw all caution to the wind. Just start simplifying the shape, the overall shape of it, everything about it. Simplify. If I worry about all the time I put into it and my thought process and everything else, then I'm going to end up with a stiff, boring lily there, and that will just be a distraction. It won't complement the painting at all. My time is insignificant compared with the final result. And I apologize that this then means that you have a little bit longer to watch as I try to work my way through that. So I need to get fixed in my mind what I want out of this lily. Overall, I want simple shapes and brush texture enough that it's got interest to it, but very simplified so that it doesn't demand attention down there. I'm going to try some of this dioxazine purple. Oh, that's a terrible color. As far as, I was thinking more on the red side of lavender, but that's not. So I'll get used to that color eventually. Go back to some of my alizarin crimson. It looks like I'm going to have to put out some more. There we go, we're getting closer to a yellow that might be in the shadows. And there's one. Little one off of here. Maybe one over this direction. And then I need to vary things up as I go. So a little bit of, Actually, let's go with this magenta over here. That would be a better. Not quite blue enough though. So maybe the alizarin magenta over here would work a little better. Touch of the blue. And got the space down in here. So that stroke right there is already immeasurably better than what I had there before. That is so much better. That's just so sad. And I will tweak this a bit. Not too much though. I don't want to lose that feeling that I had in that. Just need to. Not so many. I had too many colors, too many details, too many little starts and stops. It wasn't working. So let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can get rid of that guy. A beneficial thing there, I think. Where I really liked that in the early days, not so much anymore. And it's actually not the what I want there. I saw a lily with where the little part in the middle is creating kind of like a cleft chin sort of effect there, but I didn't like that, so it's gone. Oh, that went too long. I didn't mean to pull it up as much as I did. No, those two are like eyes on there, like a little hermit crab or something. So I need to change one of them. We'll change this guy and put it down lower. Or even just reduce it in size. So I put you through. How much time did I spend on that? 2 hours of torture? Just to finally come to 5 minutes of brush work. But I do like that a lot better right there. I'm not quite sure about this, where I have 1, 2, 3, they're all kind of about the same. So I do need to maybe change something somewhere with one of those so that they're not all feeling the same. And keeping things kind of soft around it makes it so that it's not so strongly coming out either, having softer edges around there. But I have to think that through. I do like this hard edge on it right there. And I like what's happening right there, so that might be enough for this lily. So I thought I saw this one right here and it felt like a full petal across there. I thought, well, I could put a shadow right there, but then that would actually not be right because this one and this one are on top of that one. So this one that I minimized over here is actually the one that's back behind, or that's on top, and this one's the one that's supposed to be back underneath and behind. Well, I need to emphasize that a bit with making this part more obvious. No, see, I start to nitpick and then I'm going to lose that. Don't want that. So I have to be careful so that all that feels still fast and effortless. Hopefully that's enough to establish that this petal is on top of the one back behind. Let's see. Am I going to get too carried away and lose the whole feeling? No, I'm starting to get too nitpicky and I'm losing the edges and the spontaneous feeling in it, so I gotta leave it. That's one of the edges that's making it feel too hard-edged. So all that talk about all this softness around and everything, and then this feels too soft. Nope, too hard. I just want some change in some of the value in here, but I don't want it to get too, there we go, too. I use that word too much. All right, let's see. I think that's good. Let's move on to something else for a bit. So I can't see the back because of the direction it's facing me. And not liking this and this being so closely aligned as far as the way, the shape of them, the look, the length, that sort of thing. It's like they're mimicking one another. I'm looking at all the different leaves, seeing what I can develop up more, like these here. And I'm not sure about this space in here, especially that one right there. It was fun in the beginning, but I'm not sure if it is adding to the painting right now. But then I don't want to necessarily put one in coming this direction, all of these going that direction. I do want to have some different movement in the painting, so I guess in the meantime, I can get that stem taken care of over here. Not enough color in that yellow. Wrong brush. Let's see. Guy's getting too white on me. Too much. There we go. I decided I needed to cut that line down right here because it would interfere, that line would keep going no matter what I put over it. It would ghost its way through because there was such a thick layer of paint forming that line. So if I didn't scrape it down, it wasn't going to work there. Now let's see. Okay, so that I think is actually mostly dark there. So what I need to do then is lighten up around that space. Go. Getting better. Now, that little bright line right there, I didn't actually mean to get in there. So that's where that one. There we go. I'm coming in, and I don't want this edge to be too hard there, but I do want this to be noticeable, just like this is over here, this one over here. I want it to be a little bit noticeable so that it has some contrast in a way that we have separation between this and the background. So rather than making these darker and darker, I can just make the background lighter, but I don't want See, like this became kind of a square shape with really hard edges on both sides. Coming in with little colors to break up that shape will help me to break up those edges right there and right there over on this side. I don't want hard edges everywhere either. So right now I'm just breaking up this green shape here, that box that's there. I can do that in a variety of different ways. By pulling this color into more spaces out here so it doesn't feel like it's isolated to right there. Things like that. Now that becomes a shape, but it's not necessarily a shape that I dislike, so I might end up leaving it there. Those are some of the things that I weigh out in my mind about what I need to do. If I start getting too much green, I can come back in more with that reddish brown background type of color that's in there. So I'm just like you've seen with all this, I'm just constantly playing back and forth until it feels right. So now I've got this where this feels like it's almost connecting with, even though this is negative space, this is background, that becomes almost part of that shape. And then I have this one that are mimicking each other. So that helps me to decide that this one probably needs to come out or be altered in some way. I can also take this and change that so it's not quite so strong of a pull down that way. So I could come in with some of that background type color in here to help get rid of some of that. Start to break that up some. See what happens if I carry this leaf all the way down here. Might not be a bad way to go with that. So I can keep using this kind of brush even though I have all these different colors I've used with it. I can keep using it over and over because I'm not worried about pristine color like I would be maybe in this area. If I needed to do something like that, then this brush wouldn't work. But when I'm going back and forth with just colors that are just not that, they're not that clean that I have to worry about them, like down in here, then I can keep using this over and over again without having to clean it first. So I feel like I'm really close now. I'm thinking I want something like one of these right in here. I might actually have to come over that purple flower, but maybe off of there. Feels like So I've stepped back about 20 feet in my studio to look at it, looked in the mirror, and trying to get a sense of the overall spaces in here, the shapes and spaces, how they're made up, to know where to put that leaf. I don't want one that comes up and just curves over, anything like that. I want that more gentle, probably more like this one here, but going this direction. So I thought about coming this direction with one, but then it's like they're all coming in like this, like waves coming from different directions, and I felt like that was dividing this half from this half too much. So if I have something coming over, it'll hopefully kind of tie everything together right there. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with having movement that's all still moving in this direction, as long as I have like that. I'm moving back in to the painting again. So let's try that. Get a bunch of, and maybe I'll try this Windsor yellow here. Or no, not Windsor, Hansa yellow. Haven't used that enough to think much about it. There we go. Brighten that up just a bit. That might do it right there. But see, I like this too, and I don't want to lose that. I love especially the texture in it, but I also don't want to get so attached to, oh, I love the texture and the color in that, that I let that stop me from doing something else that needs to be done. So, should I come up? No, because then I feel like I'm in this line here. This right here, it seems to be about the right size, the right space. Almost feels like it needs to come down rather than straight across, because then I get that can become like claws in there, and I don't want that. So I'll start it there, see if I think that's getting me going in the right direction. Now see, that doesn't work to take it over that way. So I might just have to come right on down like that. See what that does. That doesn't really work either, because then I get this shape here with this coming over, that coming over. So let's remove that, and fortunately these are dry. So see, those are the things that I'm looking for to help me figure out what's going to work. Sometimes it's just complicated, and I don't think that's the right color either. So maybe when coming from this direction would work better. No, so that's gonna go. So maybe it's not one of those at all that is the answer to it. I think it's just gonna crowd in that space there. I'm going to use my bigger natural hair brush here, badger hair. Touch of green. take something like this and just get maybe a color like that. I don't know. So I kind of like what's going on here already right now. So that. Hello.
Oh, it's nice, son.
Thank you.
Good job.
You're smiling like.
There's
you're
a little
still-
cartoon cat in here.
Oh no.
I don't know. There's just so much going on that there's always going to be something, but it's.
I can't see you very well. Yeah.
Well, come up here because I can't back up and I can't hit your camera.
Okay.
So, like, that's an ear and that's an ear and this is the face, eye, and then that's like the nose and the whiskers. Do you see it? The cat face?
Very obscurely.
It stood out right away, but this spot has always stood out to me, so maybe that's why.
So where's the two eyes? The green spots?
Eye,
Wait.
eye.
Oh,
This one, you can't see it as well. But the ears are, you have two little ears here. Eye, this is the face. It's like a cartoon cat.
So, yeah, I have a really hard time seeing it.
Then
but
don't worry about it, it's just me.
No, it's not necessarily just you. I'm just saying,
It might not be anything to worry
I don't know
about.
if I can see it. If I take out like a white spot there, maybe, so that it's not like two eyes. Wait, that was one of the ears. Or no, the ears were up here.
Yeah.
So I need to take out one of these or this one.
Good job.
Are you sure?
I just,
There's so many things that I've gone. So that lily right there. So I spent a couple of hours on the lily, and it just got. At first I liked it, you know,
it'd be
and
a
then,
fun editing thing.
but then I said, "Oh man, that is not working. I just lost it. It feels stiff and hard edged." And I said, "I've overthought it, overworked it." So I just took the brush and went, wiped it all away, and just did a couple of simple colors, and then that was it. I was like, so this one took 10 minutes, the other one took 2 hours. Now you can see that sometimes that's what you have to do. It was so sad. What?
It's good though, man.
You sure that's it?
Brava.
Thank you. All right, so I don't think this really needed. I like it better without something coming over. I think that was going to overcomplicate it, and so simplifying more helped. And Christy likes it this way. She didn't see anything glaring to do, so I think for now I'm going to call it. I don't know where that expression. So I love to watch sports. I love to play sports. I hardly ever watch sports. I couldn't tell you what team is what, who players are, except for let's see. I think there's a LeBron James, and there's a fellow named Curry, and then Peyton Manning. I can name a few names that I hear here and there, but I don't know that much about any of them. I just kind of watch the exciting replay stuff when I'm exercising at the Y. But I think there's an expression called "stick a fork in it, it's done." I don't know where it came from. I think it's a sports expression. I just don't have any time to watch sports, so I never do at home, just when I'm out and about. But I've heard that expression multiple times somewhere, so I think I'll use that now. So let's stick a fork in this one. It's ready to eat or whatever. Actually, some of those colors are juicy enough that reminds me of my professor. Juicy color you want to eat. That's what I was going for with this. Hopefully, I have succeeded with that. All right, all of you, enjoy your own lily piece, and I hope that it goes, you know what, I don't know if I hope that or not. I was going to say more easily for you than it did for me. Some aspects of this just came so easy and natural, and just boom, the beginning stages of it were so fast, but I don't know that I'd want to wish that it is just easy for you. That's why I paint, is because it is challenging. There are times that I'm so tired, I wish, you know what, I just want this to come together. Just come together for me. I don't know if I can think through the challenges that I have right now, but overall, I love the challenges. That's what makes painting really the most fun. So I hope that you just have fun with it, that you enjoy the process, and have a great time creating your own lily masterpiece. Happy painting, everyone. I forgot one more thing. This sky, I think, is just so boring. And it's so bright, so light. I think it kind of competes with this and takes the emphasis off of this area here. So I thought I might just come in and darken that a bit. Actually, I'm going to try, maybe. Let's see. There we go. A little bit of green into it. There's some green right there. Picked that up, saw it, and thought, yep, that's actually what I want. And the nice thing is, this is mostly dried, so if I don't like it, I can take it off. But I'm gonna, oh, you know what, that's so much better already. In fact, I can just turn that into like a kind of cloudy type of day and be good. Like this. Actually, that's going to be into the frame anyway, so that doesn't matter too much. Some of these areas. Just something more exciting than that bland yellow. Or, oh, the bland tone I had on there. Grayed down blue, something. Nope. I want more of a texture to it than that. There we go. Better. But I like the bright coming through it though too. So now that might be too dark. Yep, that is too dark. Nope, that's not the right color. Or have a lavender, then a green, straight out green. Oh, too much purple there. Let's see what we can get. That might actually not be. Well, except that it's going to compete with that. Then we won't know what that is. So let's see. Do I want to go back to what we had here with the tree? Kind of lost that whole tree right there. But I don't know if I need that or not. Maybe that was just a distraction. Oh, there we go. I like what happens when I take some of that off. Oops. I was worried about that. Which might not be terrible. None of this is critical in here. I can replace all that so easily. So that's why I'm not too worried about it. I'm just playing and seeing what might happen with it. But at the same time, there's no sense in making work for myself that I don't have to have. So here I'm using the very flat of it, which is really bad for the brush. But remember, it's a tool. I don't care about the brush. I care about the painting. So I'm using the flat and pushing and pulling to get that real textural quality to it. And that way, it's more fun than if I just go like this and get it real smooth. I don't want smooth. I want it to feel like those clouds that are kind of turbulent and roiling and all that, and yet not, well, no, okay, I take that back. Those clouds that are, I guess it's a day where it's not necessarily going to rain or anything like that, but it is getting later in the day. Maybe the sun's starting to go down, and the clouds are just kind of rolling and tumbling and moving about. And it's just a fun cloudy day. Now I have to watch all these little spots here become shapes, and I'm basically getting too many little shapes out there. So I do need to tie some of those together so it's not lots of shapes everywhere, because I also have the shapes of these trees, and I don't want these cloud shapes to start competing with the shapes of those trees, because then it gets just busy. I like the idea of that, what we talked about with the sky, but not to where everything starts to become busy shapes all over. And somehow I ended up again with this. I think I reduced the size of that one right there. Alright, maybe I'll just pull this down a little bit more. Right to that flower. this one a little bit smaller. So those two aren't the same. Alright, so now I've taken this back to basically what I had before. And now we'll see what we can do with that. Getting some more pizzazz into that sky as well. So I like that bit of texture there, but I'm wondering if I should bring that tree back out again so that this doesn't have this long sharp line right there, or if I should cut into this tree more, but it seems like it needs some shapes here. So let me cut back into it and see. Oh, it's just, you know what, it's just taken off everything I had there before anyway. So it looks like I'll have to do a bit of repainting. Wasn't dry enough. Voila, I like that a lot better than what I had there before. Much, much better. Has more drama and interest to it than just that blob of kind of like tepid color. It's just so bland. So there we go. It's no longer bland. I've got that one little dot of bright there, but I need to at least darken it or something so it's not, or increase other spots. That's all working well. I don't want to mess with that. Oops. And I was just putting those in. I was putting those in just for some blues, just to get some color in there, but it might be a little bit much. There we go, and you can see that I signed it. I didn't even realize. Well, you know, I had inklings about it, but I just thought, I don't know. And that's the thing with painting. We don't always necessarily have a clear roadmap of where we're going or what exactly we want to achieve at that moment with every little part of it. But once I had all this finished, this had so much interest in it, that strong saturated color, and I felt like this then just became bland, and I didn't want that to be a weak spot in here. So, all right, I like it. I think this goes much better. We can see different textures and the gradation of value as it comes down into the brighter spot there. Much better, much better. There we go.